Hello there. May I ask why you're sleeping on the floor?
Good morn, Aspen. Good morn, Miho to you.
You know I love you lots, right? Of course I do! Love you lots too!
Hi, Havaya. How are we all doing today? Hi, Kakimi. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a lovely Sunday so far. I'm excited. I'm excited to try / play Ebi-hime's new. Well, yeah, new because it's been out for like a week, I think, week or two, a few weeks, a while. I think it's been out for a while now. It's been out for at least half of the month. But I've been too busy playing other things. But now I have time. I'm excited to play Ebi-hime's entry to the Toxic Yuri VN Jam, which took place, I believe, all throughout the month of June. If I remember correctly, that's when it was taking place. And her entry is "Your glass heart in my hand," or if I remember correctly, it's glass heart for short, is what she refers to the game in the code. Glass heart. And I'm excited. I'm a big Ebi-hime fan of their writing. It's really good. So we're here to play it, to try it out. Be warned, there are a load of content warnings, as I have pinned in chat, which are to list off a few, which actually a few as in all of them that are listed that in the game. There's misogyny, arranged marriages, drug/poisoning, kidnapping, arson, physical and medical abuse, talk of murder and suicide, descriptions of dead bodies, the continued misgendering of a transmasc character, and two characters who are not related by blood, referring to one another as sister, while in a romantic-ish relationship, which is, you know, some things people might be interested in. So if that's not your cup of tea, feel free to head out. I will not be offended, because it is important that people are aware of the content that they're about to consume. And content warnings are very important, even though some people might think it's a bit spoilery. It's important to know what you're going to be in store for. But yes, I am excited to try out the new visual novel. It looks interesting. I've seen the screenshots of the game and it looks fun. I like the art style. It's so cute. It's so cute in my own bizarre qualifications of what cute is. Who might find it a bit not cute. I'll have to wait and see. But I am excited also. The title screen music is really nice. I'm enjoying it. Real nice. Very good eerie vibes. I'm enjoying. I enjoyed sitting here listening to the music box the whole time while waiting for the stream to start. But yeah, alright. I think I have dilly-dallied long enough for the dilly-dally for like 4 minutes. I think that should be enough. So, I think it's time to start the game. Let's move this bit so I can see it better, put it in the movement screen. Let's start the game. You're fast asleep. You're drifting through the darkness, a seemingly endless abyss from which there's no escape. The darkness shrouds you from all sides. It lays on your supine body, thick and heavy, like a mantle, pressing down upon your lids until it threatens to dislodge the eyes which lay behind them. You are lost in a deep, dreamless sea, a sailor tossed amongst the towering ocean waves. The darkness is more unforgiving, however, than any waves, for it does not undulate. It is there eternally, perpetually, an immovable, unshifting constant. The darkness is in your ears. It stops up your nose. It would fill your mouth too if you dared to open it. It would choke you like so much dirt, poured into the gaping hole of an open grave. There is no... Olivia, you know there's no tail toggle on here. Why'd you redeem tail toggle? I can't do that. I'm gonna refund you for that. Give me a minute. Gotta refund you for that. Olivia, what are you doing? Olivia, what are you doing? Olivia? What are you doing? You're doing all the things I can't do with the 3D model. Why? Why are you like this? Oh my god, that's my redeems. I have 1,156 redeems. Oh my god. Jesus Christmas. I've not cleared or looked at these in ages. Okay, that one, I'm not sure why that didn't play. That was supposed to do something. The front one's supposed to work. I'll press that one for you, though.
You're a furry?
That works, too. I forgot to fix that furry one, apparently. I didn't. Here it is. Furry allegations. I forgot to fix this one a bit ago. It's supposed to be fixed.
You goddamn furry!
Is Twitch not connected again? Anyways, happy Sapphic Sunday to you. You still work, right? Yeah, it just didn't play.
You goddamn furry.
Oh, sure, now it- what the- Wait, that was so delayed. What the heck? Head pats, yes. That was so delayed. It played the actual tits fire for the furry allegation. It just took a while, I guess. What? Why did
You
it take...
goddamn furry.
No, it's not. Now it's just doing it by itself. I read once. Why'd it go again? Did I put hockey on it by accident? I didn't. It's supposed to be working. It's called furry exclamation mark, yes. I'm gonna test it. You get another free furry allegation. And then you test the redeem to make sure it works. Or not. I've got the time limit of 10 minutes. I guess I won't test it again. God. What it's... This is so... Oh, whatever. I'll test it in 10 minutes. I get... I'll test it in like 10 minutes when it's off cooldown. And I gotta refund you for the tail and shrink redeem I can't do right now. Reject shrink. Where's the tail? Toggle. Refund you on that one. That's all you did, right? Yeah, that's all the ones I couldn't do. I'm sorry, I cannot make myself small. Unless you want me to be unless you want like me to be like far away. That also works too, but I don't think that's what you wanted. I doubt that's what you wanted when you redeemed the shrink me redeem. Unless it was, then I'd be very surprised and confused. But okay. I'll never know. Just trying to see. Well, you know the shrink and the shrink and tail say they're for live 2D only. So why'd you redeem them? Do they? They do. The shrink one says only works in live 2D, and tail also says only works in live 2D model. SMH my head. Yuri fans can't read. Anyway. Yuri fans can't fucking read. Can you believe it? Anyway, it's time for me to read a visual novel. The darkness drowns you. It buries you. It consumes you. There's nothing but the darkness. Leagues of fathoms and feet of it. But you are a person once, you know. Before you found yourself in this sorry state. You had a name once. Perhaps you had several names. And thoughts of your own, feelings too. You had friends. A family, perhaps. You had a life. You might have had many lives. You are one, yet you are many. Fragmented. Your past dances behind your eyelids like shards of glass, sharp to touch, and yet. Will you reach out to touch these broken bits and pieces of your past? Do you dare? Oh, choices. We got a maid, a surgeon, a nurse, and I think a mad scientist. Ooh. Also, I'm stimming. I'm stimming. I'm stimming with sound effects. Let's start with the maid. Let's start without the maid. Ah. You continue to drift in the darkness. It submerges you like tar, like oil. There's something oddly reassuring about the darkness, something soothing. Milady? Milady? You hear a voice calling out to you. Through the veil of darkness which surrounds you, something which stirs memories deep within you. You recognize that voice. You are sure you know them, though you can't put a name or a face to them. Not just yet, at least. Milady? Excuse me, milady? And this relation is like a flickering candle, which soon turns into a burning beacon. You may not remember who you are, but perhaps this person will. Perhaps they can give you a name, an identity to latch onto. And in so doing, they can save you from the darkness. Milady? Is time to wake up? You do not. You suddenly realize, like the darkness very much. It no longer feels as reassuring as it did. It has ceased to be comforting. It has ceased to be a comforting cradle, song, and instead has become something stifling, oppressive. You fight against it, your eyes wide, frightened, like a startled pony's, and the light which rushes past, forward, to meet you is sharp and spiky, and it lacerates your eyes, penetrating them like pins. Your head spins for a few moments, you feel sick. Your whole body aches. Milady? My poor dear lady? Are you still feeling ill? But you feel a hand upon the small of your back, massaging you through the fabric and your nightgown. It is a broad, wide palm, flat and reassuring, and fills you with warmth. You exhale, trying to gather your bearings. Slowly, you breathe in, and just as slowly, you breathe out. You blink, disturbing, gauzy, white spots. You blink, disturbingly gauzy white spots which have begun to drift, jellyfish-like, across your vision. Then, you glance about. You feel dazed and disoriented. Upon your waking, but now you have awoken from your deep, dreamless sleep. Something like familiarity begins to settle upon you. You are sitting in a grand four-poster bed, one with a pale blue sheet and pale blue drapes. Your bed is piled high with soft, plush pillows, and your favorite bear is sitting beside you, a large, furry creature you call Perry. And that's right. You remember Percy. Is it Percy? Is it Percy? You call the creature called Percy, not Perry. I can't read English words. My dyslexia is immaculate. Dyslexia is immaculate, you know? Yes, that's right. You remember Percy. And you remember this room, too. You remember the cream walls, the landscape, and the gilt frames? Your vanity table, which, with the circular mirror, and a small perfume bottle arranged upon the counter, and your favorite wide-brimmed sun hat, with the length of a satin ribbon tied upon it. Let me check if the button, if the redeem works properly.
What are you, fucking furry?
Okay, it does work properly. Okay, we're good. It does work. It just didn't fire for some reason the first time. Weird. Anyways. You remember where you are, and perhaps more importantly, you remember who you are. You're a young lady of some renown, whose family possesses a considerable fortune. Well, Of course you are, young lady. There's nothing else you could be, really, awakening in a fine room like this. You are a lady. Not quite a princess, but definitely not a pauper. And the woman sitting beside you. Are you alright, my lady? Is your head still causing you pain? I'm here. You know, if you've been for anything. And I have brought your breakfast up, too. Perhaps this might help? She is your maid. A second, I turn that off. No, I didn't turn that off right there. No, turn that off. Her hair is dark, and it is tied back in a sensible braid. Her eyes, meanwhile, are dark, large, and liquid, and lined with long, doll-like lashes. A small smile plays upon your maid's face, almost motherly, as she says, "Would you care for a cup of tea?" You blink, still a little groggy. You have come to your senses, more or less. What in this world were you dreaming about? You can't quite remember, but you're sure it was disturbing. But you still feel somewhat disoriented. You know your maid, as well as you know the back of your own hand. Your ashen face, which reflects back at you in your mirror. You've been close to for many years, ever since you were a child. You were children. She's been working here for the tender age of 12, and when she first started as a scullery maid. You're 4 years your maid's junior, and you can recall coming across her in the corridors when you were a little girl, catching her eyes in the garden while she was engaged in hanging up the laundry. So she began to giggle. You like the look of your maid. With her brown hair and her bright, easy smile. And you knew from the first that you wanted her. You wanted to make her yours, and so you did. When you were a little older, old enough to require a lady's maid rather than a nurse, you asked your parents if they could let you make your maid officially yours. You never asked your parents for anything before. They had drummed it into your head that if you had to be good, you had to be a good girl, demure, meekly-mouthed, and virtuous. They told you not to want things, not in a deep, emotionless sense, at least. Ladies can be selfish and vivacious and capricious as they pleased. They can lust after beautiful dresses and beautiful jewels and finely furnished homes. But other people? Sorry, I got distracted. Ladies can be selfish and aware that they can lust for beautiful dresses, beautiful jewels, and finely furnished homes, but other people? There's one thing ladies cannot desire. Ladies cannot be seen to yearn. To yearn is to be weak, and your parents have always been so strong, so self-sure. You fear that your parents would castigate you for... Castigate? Castigate. Castigate. Not castigate. Reprimand. Reprimand someone severely. Interesting. Okay. Fun words! Learning fun words today. You fear that your parents would castigate you for wanting the maid, for wanting to make her yours. But to your surprise, your parents did not scold you for your impetuous request. You thought that your desire would be obvious, stamped across your face, but your parents did not seem to see it this way. They, with their dark and unfeeling eyes, did not see your maid as being so very dissimilar from a beautiful dress or a beautiful brooch. They thought of her, not as their own person, but as an object, something which could be bartered and traded. They did not imagine that you asked for your maid's exclusive attention because you yearned for her, but because you simply selfishly wanted her, which are two very different things. Your parents could not fathom how much you cared for your maid, how much you care for her still. Now, she is your everything. She is not just your lady's maid, though. That is her official title. She is your best friend, your closest confidant, the one you love more than anybody in the world. It would be an exaggeration to say that you adore her. You love her as intensely as it is possible for a woman to love another woman, perhaps even more intimately than is thought strictly possible. You might be the lady, she your maid, but sometimes. Lady, are you alright? Sometimes, when you look at her, you wonder whether she is not the only one holding all the cards after all. Did she catch your eye on purpose all those years ago, so that you might pick her out from the rest, so that you would elevate her from her position as a mere scullery maid? Was this all pre-planned? Have you been dancing all this time in the palm of her hand? There are many things that you wonder. Your past is disorienting, like a kaleidoscope, but... Are you still feverish? Your face does not look rather flushed. Your face does look rather flushed. Perhaps you aren't in the mood for the tea after right now? But no, you tell yourself firmly. You are being silly. You're certain that your maid has no ulterior motives. And if she does, why does it matter? It doesn't change how much you care for her. And it does not change that she remains your only ally. She is the only one in this miserable pile you call a home who smiles at you. She is your dear friend. And you do not want to make her worry. She has done nothing to deserve it. You smile at your maid and tell her that you had a bad dream. You do not feel like yourself, but a nice cup of tea might help. But of course, I've already prepared tea for you, milady. I think I ought to have cooled down plenty. But just in case, Your maid plucks a delicate teacup from its saucer, which was resting upon a tray, and brings it to her lips. Softly. Softly, she blows upon it. The meniscus of the tea rippled from the warmth beneath it. There's something sensual about the way she blows upon your tea. There's something sensual about the way she blows your tea. Something which makes your stomach flutter. But the moment soon passes. Your maid hands your cup of tea to you, which, with a light and laughing, careful, now it's cooled a little, but it's still hot enough. I wouldn't want you scoffing yourself. You think you're made for your thoughtfulness. And bring the teacup to your lips. Thank your maid for her thoughtfulness and bring the teacup to your... I keep getting distracted, sorry. You do not need to blow... You do not need to blow upon the tea within yourself. You do not need to blow upon the tea within yourself. Not when your maid has completed this ritual on your behalf. The tea is not hot in any case. It is slightly warmer than lukewarm, but holding the teacup does not make your fingers tingle. You look at your undulating reflection upon the brown tea for a few moments, your lips pursed. And then, under your maid's watchful gaze, you begin to sip. Let the taste of your tea unfurl across your tongue, just like the petals of a flower. Your tea is somewhat bitter, but you have heard this is for your own good. Your maid has been buying herbal teas from Dr. Goodwin, which are supposed to fortify you, to give you strength. Dr. Goodwin is your physician, and you've seen her a few times since you fell ill. You're surprised your parents are still willing to put your faith in a lady doctor, given how awfully old-fashioned they are, but Dr. Goodwin has a sterling reputation. Just come highly recommended. But not even she has been able to aid you. What is this? Sorry. Okay. You like to think that these herbs of your maid has been mixing into your tea are helping in some small way, though. But even if they aren't, you cannot fault your maid for trying to help you. Your maid has been your most loyal ally, If you cannot trust her, you cannot trust anybody. You sip at your tea demurely, both your hands pressed upon the cup, where your maid smiles at you. Her smile is soft and tender, so much so you could melt from it. The maid smiles mixes, or at least it seems to, with the sun's light as it flits through your windows, spills in through your window. And with the warm tea sloshing about the inside your cup in such a way that you feel fortified. Sometimes you think that you live on your own, Sometimes you think that you live on only for quiet, understated moments like these. Those spent with you and your maid. There's nobody else who makes you feel like she does. Nobody in the world. She's the only one who makes you happy. And you know that you love her more than you have ever and will ever love anybody else. Outside you hear the birds chirping, the leaves whispering secrets to one another as they shift in the breeze. It is a beautiful morning, and it promises to segue into an ever more beautiful day. Would that you could. You would rise from your bed to greet it, standing by your open window as the breeze plays through your hair. You wish to throw these covers off yourself, which lay atop you like a stifling prison, then cross your bedroom. You've always been delicate. You've always been a delicate girl with a dainty build, yet you should be able to manage walking in a handful of steps. It should be not any great ordeal, and yet. You made sense in a gentle voice which makes you feel small and insignificant, like some sort of pet. You still can't move, can you? Your maid is right about that. For the last fortnight, you have been assailed by the most curious illness. The illness leaves you feeling weak and lethargic. So much so, you struggle simply to sit up in a bed. You've always relied upon your maids to aid you. And you've been relying on her more than ever recently, after this illness has been more or less incapacitating you. You find it hard to do much more than breathe, but at least your maid is sympathetic to your plight. She chats and says, I know you've been feeling well, and then I've been feeling well lately. I'm always here for you, my lady, and I'm not going to go anywhere, I promise. Rely on me. It's my job to look after you, and I mean to do that. To last until the bitter end. That is probably what she meant to say. In your illness so advanced that she can see the Reaper looming above you, scythe drawn. Well, she evidently decides this is too grim a topic to discuss, not this early in the morning. Your maid forces a smile instead, then says, well, never mind that. I'll be here, like I said, so try not to fuss. You've no need to be lonely. Now, shall I help you dress? I know you might be able to move far from your bedroom, but there's no excuse for slovenliness. Let's get you looking presentable. It's your maid. It's my job to take care of you. Oh! The maid exclaims, as if this has only just occurred to her. And I need to brush your hair too. It's so lovely and long. It'd be so shameful to leave it so tangled. I don't know what you were dreaming of last night, my lady. Were you being stalked through the woods by some sort of monster? But you were really writhing a lot. You wrapped up your cuffs, and your hair is an awful mess. Let your maid guide you to your wardrobe, or to be more precise, you lean on your maid as she hauls you from your wardrobe to your wardrobe. You're not so very weak that you cannot stand on your own 2 feet, but you are weak enough that you cannot stand on your own 2 feet for long before toppling. You find it hard, too, to walk. You can only manage to shuffle, dragging your bare heels along the floor. But your maid seems pleased with your pitiful progress, nonetheless. You're very good, my lady. You're doing much better than yesterday. Did your maid really think that? You do not feel any better. If anything, you feel even worse. Oh my, I'm sure of it. You're definitely on the mend. I can see it in your face. Your cheeks are starting to get their apple again. And you no longer look so pale, so pained. You need only wait a little longer, and I am sure you will be back to your usual self once more. Then you can leave your wretched bedroom, and you might be able to take a turn in the garden once more. Wasn't that so nice? Your maid keeps up a steady series of chatter as she strips you of your nightgown and dresses you anew, attiring you in a rich green gown and the color of grass and apples. Newly attired, your maid then steers you to your vanity, where she might brush out your hair, slowly and methodically, removing all the knots which snarl and snare against the brush's bristles. You sit there demurely, feeling rather like an oversized doll, a bloodless being made of porcelain. Ever since your sickness, your maid has been treating you like something to be cosseted, a beautiful object of peerless value that is at risk of losing its worth with every bump and bruise. She treats you incredibly gently, but part of you wonders whether she is not being too gentle. Is she being too different? I can't read. Is she being too differential? You feel the gulf in your social status more keenly than ever when she fusses over you like this. She fastens your bed buttons and ties your ribbons and runs that brush through your hair. You almost wish that she would not bother so much. She did not care so much. But your maid did not care. Who else would be left to worry about you? Your parents have not been to see you since you fell ill. They seem not to care tuppence about you. But your marriage negotiations are continuing unimpeded, as if nothing was occurred. Your maid tells you as much as she brushes your hair, pausing to tease out a particularly stubborn knot near the right side of your scalp. You feel the bristles of the brush against the top of your ear, and you shudder from it. Your maid seems not to notice as you tremble. She's too entrenched in her tale. She clicks her tongue and says, I can hardly believe your parents did not send Lord Worthing home already. He's been here for well over a fortnight. In fourth course, you are sick. I thought your parents might send the odious Lord home for at least a brief spell. She might recuperate, but I suppose that would be asking for too much. They refuse to give you any peace, you poor thing. While you languish up here in your bedroom, you are still talking to your Darui. You're still talking of your Darui. Your mother just can't help herself, and neither can the Lord Worthing. They might fancy themselves as being elegant and refined. They see nothing to commend. They commend in them herself. They wear their fine suits and fancy dresses, and they spray themselves in lavish perfumes. But all this artifice cannot hope to disguise what they truly are. You are nothing. Amy continues, her grip tightening around the handle of your hairbrush. More than breasts. Beasts. Beasts, you ask? And then you wince. Your maid is digging the brush through your hair with little amount of force. And it starts to hurt. With no little amount of force. And it starts to hurt. What does she mean by that? Well, what else am I to call them? They're trying to divide you up, milady. The pieces. They stick their teeth into you, and they rip you, and they gorge, and they mean to tear you asunder. Your mother is the worst offender. She's been determined to marry you off ever since you were a baby. And your father isn't much better. When they look at you, they don't see their own flesh and blood. A daughter they must protect, whom they have a duty to care towards. Instead, they see you as a bartering piece. They want you to distribute you like an asset, to sell you off to the highest bidder, so that they might increase their own social standings. They don't care about you. Your maid continues, her voice tightly controlled, perhaps self-consciously so. You see your maid's face reflected back at you in your dresser, inverted, so it looks subtly wrong. Not quite right. Your maid's eyes flash like fire and brimstone while her jaw is tightly set. She's gritting her teeth together so hard you wonder whether the enamel will splinter. It seems worrying, apparent, that if she allows her temper to consume her, she will do herself harm. In that moment, you care not about the pain in your scalp, nor how harshly your maid is dragging the comb through your hair curls. All you care about is your maid. You love her, and you know that she loves you. But it's because she loves you that her temper flares like this, always hidden behind closed doors so your parents might never see it. Your parents will never know, must never know, how excessive your maid's passions are, how intense her longings are. If your parents knew what your maid said about them, they would dismiss her without a second thought. They would throw her into the street, by her ear, heedless of the years of her life she has given to you, heedless to how much she has sacrificed for you. They would not care. You know, they would not care. Your maid might be too passionate, with feelings such which blaze behind her eyes like the fires of hell, but your parents are uncomfortably cold by contrast. Behind their eyes, you can detect no feelings at all, no emotion, save for avarice. You wish your maid would not worry so for your sake. Your fear is that she is making herself ill, that she will rant and rave herself into an early grave. Yet, you have the uncomfortable sensation, as she tries to compose herself, that she's right. Your parents really are unfeeling, and so is Lord Worthing. Picking on him is enough to make you tremble. You wish you were not expecting to wed, and if that is non-negotiable, you were not expecting to wed him. You wish for so much, closeted, away in your pastel bedchamber, which smells of rosewater. But for all your wishing, there is precious little you can do. The world is very large, and you are very small. Sometimes you think you have even less value than your maid, for at least she is paid for her services. Not well, of course, but she receives money. What about you, however? You will not get paid when you wed Lord Worthing. Not directly, at least. Your parents are the ones who will profit from you, just as your maid said. As if they were selling a sow on the market. Is that how your parents see you? Is that how Lord Worthing sees you? Are you really nothing more than an asset to be sold? Oh, if only you were not so young and unworldly. These wishes are pointless, just like your prayers. You dare not speak of them, not even to your maid. It tells you everything about herself, and so they die. Unspoken, your wishes turn to ashes inside your heart. Cardiac muscle, which seems over the years to have calcified. You wish that everything would not hurt so much. You wish. Oh, milady, I apologize for speaking so harshly. I never did mean to upset you. You wish from time to time the world would stop turning. You wish that life was not so complicated, that you could pass your time freely with your maid. She is the only one in the world who understands you, the only one who cares to. You never do speak of your wishes aloud. You've always thought it best not to. I've always worried it would be unladylike, but when you are with your maid, it doesn't matter. She understands how you feel, even if you do not express those feelings in words. Sometimes you think that she might understand you better than you understand yourself. It seems the guilt brushed down. She lets the guilt brush down with a dull thud. Did she realize that she was inadvertently causing pain? Then leans in. She opens her arms, unfurling them like a raven might its dark feathered wings. Then shifts towards you, pulling you to her, twining her arms about your middle like a shroud. You feel her chest pressed against your back, soft and full. Feel her breathe. Feel her breath against the nape of your neck. Her breath is warm, yet it still makes you tremble. How curious. You needn't dwell on this horrible affair, Maid tells you, her voice soft and soothing. It isn't something for you to worry about, your precious little head about, over. Privately, you think that this is indeed something you ought to be worrying about. This directly pertains to you, after all, and your future. You are the one who will be wedded against your will, not your maid. But her voice is saccharine. Is saccharine sweet? Saccharine? I mean saccharine. I don't know. Saccharine sweet. As it pours inside your ear, almost sickly. Like molasses, she says. Et tu dis arrête? Don't tremble. Tremble so, milady. No matter what happens, you won't be alone. I'll never let that happen. I'll stay with you. I'll look after you. Come with me. I will take good care of you. So don't fret. Just leave everything up to me. It will be fine. I promise. Your maid leans in a little closer. You feel the fullness of her breasts against your back, feel the warmth of her body, and then there's a soft brush of her digits. Her fingertips part your hair, which falls down your neck, about your shoulders. She brushes your curls to one side, better expose your nape. Then she dips her head, presses her lips into your neck in a tender kiss. You hold your maid's words inside your heart as hours elapse. The sun in the sky, once round and full, yellow, slowly begins to sink beneath the horizon. Yuri! Yuri! Augers. Your maid keeps you company in your bedroom for most of the day, as she often does, as she has for the past fortnight, ever since you fell ill. Fortnight being 2 weeks, by the way, if you're wondering. However, you find yourself fretting, thinking of your future. You remind yourself of your maid's earlier words. She said there was no need to fret. She told you to leave everything to her. She promised that everything would be all right. And you have no reason to disbelieve her. Your maid has never lied to you before, after all. Why would she begin now? You turn your thoughts away from your parents and from Lord Worthing, and from your impending wedding, and you focus on the simpler things in life. The light, irreverent, frothy things, sweet and silken, the cream in your coffee. You can see how pretty your hair is now, that your maid has styled it so neatly, and you think how pleasant it is to observe the sun slowly sinking from beyond your window. You think of how you love it when your maid smiles, and you love it when, even more when she laughs. Do you think of how she almost certainly lets you win that game of wits? through, though perhaps you want to comment upon it. I'm sorry, I'm moving things around. Me to see things better. There you go. She's your mate, after all. It's her job to make you happy. She lets you win in card games. She's only doing her job. Though this does rankle? Rankle. I don't know how to pronounce words. Cannot help but wonder. As you fan your aces and your queens and your kings across your silken sheets, whether your maid would be so content to lose to you, or you of a similar social status. There's something affected about the way the maid gasps when, for the third time in a row, she finds herself bested. Something which rings hollow in the way she widens her eyes. She's putting it on, you know that well. This is a one-woman play, a performance the maid has perfected for your sake. She knows her role well, and she acts it with finesse. So much so, you almost wonder whether you oughtn't to be present. You ought to present her with a bouquet of flowers for her efforts. But part of you wishes that she would not defer to you so. If your maid cares for you so much as she claims, why can she not be honest with you? If you are both maids sitting together in the subterranean kitchens, and you doubt the maid would be so precise about the way she plays her cards, she would not make such a production either for each of your victories which you rather fancy are not hard-earned. You know that she is trying to bolster your ego, but you wish she wouldn't. It creates a curious distance between the pair of you, a distance which itches like a parade of ants across your skin. Enough, you want to tell her, is enough. If you really are my friend, why don't you act like it? Why can't you let me loose for once? We both know you're better at card games than I am. You're much more cunning. What is the point of all this deception? I thought that you, at least, would be honest with me. You long to tell this, and more. But the words, as always, do not come. Like mercury trapped inside a glass thermometer, your words cannot escape. They have nowhere to go. You swallow them instead. You smile at your maid. You wish her better luck next time. She loses for the third time in a row, though you know that she lost on purpose. She did it to make you happy. But your losses only make you feel the distance between you and her so keenly. Dark, ugly thoughts begin to fill your head, just like storm clouds. But the moon's rays fill your room with gentle light, and it scatters you, graceful, indignant, musing, before they have a chance to sour. You should not be so cruel to your maid. You chastise yourself with an admonishing pinch to the side of your thigh. She is your only ally in this world of wolves, the only one who does not wish to devour you. Without her, you would be all alone. You repeat this to yourself like a mantra as your maid announces the end of your card game. It is late, she says. It is time to sleep. You must go to bed. There will be ample opportunities for merriment come tomorrow. Now, let me prepare you for bed, the maid says, her voice playfully singing a song. Which nightgown would you like to wear tonight, milady? You have so many lovely pieces in your wardrobe. You're rather spoiled for choice. There's the pale green, hopefully, and the sheer green silk. I'm rather fond of the pale pink muslin. It sits you perfectly. Oh, the maid exclaims, skimming the gowns in your wardrobe. When I look at all your lovely clothes, all hung up like this, it doesn't make me feel somewhat jealous. I know it's not a becoming emotion for a maid such as myself, and yet the maid's voice trails off, and somewhere abashed, she smiles. Well, never mind. Let us get your dress, shall we? Man, I love when random people friend me on Discord that I don't know, have not talked to me before ever on servers I'm part of. It's great! She speaks slightly, yet she cannot fully mask the envy which pulsates beneath her words. Her jealousy infests her, just like termites teeming within the walls of a house. Her face practically pulsates with it, seemingly to expand. But you do not mind that. You are glad that your maid trusts you enough to show you these ugly emotions of hers. You're glad she trusts you. Trusts you? Whoa, ayo. Trusts you enough to be envious. It is almost enough to make up for all the games of wits, which she willingly loses. Almost. But not quite. Your maid helps you with your night clothes. You're so weak. You can scarce manage your buttons on your own. And then she lays you down. Gently, she runs her fingers through your hair, her touch reassuringly cool against your flushed, feverish brow. She dips her head, and smiling, she skims her lips against your forehead. It will be all right, lady. She tells you in a voice so gentle it could make the angels themselves weep. You will be all right, I promise. She soothes you to sleep thus, with talks of paradise on earth, the promises that you need never suffer again, so long as you stay by her side. And as your eyelids fall shut, you find yourselves believing her. Your indignation over these false games of whist soon scatter like leaves on the trees come the advent of the winter. You begin to doze and to dream, and as sleep captures you, you even begin to wonder why you were so upset to begin with. Why does it matter if your maid lets you win against her during whist? She does it because she cares. Your maid's caring is apparent upon her face, written in every single furrow upon her brow, and inside every single shadow. You see the depths of your maid's affection in person the following morn, when she enters your chambers to wake you. You sip at your cup of tea, as per the custom. The tea has not been wholly agreeable as of late. There's an unpleasant earthy taste to it, accompanied by a peculiar bitterness, which lingers on your tongue long after swallowing. Ayo. This must be the strange herbs your maid has been buying from this Dr. Goodwin. You cannot say you like them very much, but perhaps it is an acquired taste. You force yourself to swallow, in any case, not wanting to displease your maid, even if a part of you wonders whether your roles have not become curiously reversed. Surely, you, as a young lady, should not care so much about a maid's feelings. You know, if your parents were aware of your feelings, they would castigate you for them. But your parents never bothered to trouble themselves with you more than is strictly necessary. Perhaps you are being unduly paranoid, worrying about what they might think. When have they ever spared you any consideration? Your condition has been deteriorating by the day, yet still they do not bother to check on you. You cannot remember the last time you ever spoke to your mother. I think they're dead. Is it any wonder, then, you would turn to your maid for comfort? She's no doctor. At least she trying to help you. At least she's trying to help you. But at least she's trying to help you. With her herbal teas and the cool flannel she uses to wipe down your fevered brow. Your maid has always been good to you. But she seems to be in something of a curious mood this morning. She paces back and forth in her bedchambers, looking rather like a caged animal. Her arms are held stiffly at her side, just like a soldier's, and her fingers are tightly clenched. Clenched with such force, her fingernails scrape against the tender inside of her palm. She wanders to and fro, the hem of her dark, severe dress swishing about her ankles, and as she paces, she hisses under her breath. Though she is speaking softly, the sound is harsh, the verbal equivalent of a scoring brush. This is her cup of tea at one side, back on its patterned saucer, once you have drained it. Then, you sit up a little straighter in your bed and crane your neck, trying to listen. You look at your maid, just asking. As you do, you think you catch a fragment of her dark, unruly muttering. How could she? Maid hisses, right in a hole in the carpet with her continued pacing. How could she? How could she? Your maid inhales. There's an uncomfortable pause, and then... That's Peach. When I see her again, I'll gouge your eyes out. I'll bash her goddamn head in. That rancid, evil, heartless bitch. You stare at your maid mutely, wide-eyed, not knowing what to say, not knowing what to do. You do not know what a bitch is beyond a female dog. Yet you get the distinct feeling that is not what your maid is talking about. Nobody could ever accuse you, after all, of being unintelligent, nor unobservant. You know that something is seriously wrong, but you know not what something is. You made us angrier than you have known anybody to be before. Angrier than you have known anybody could be. You survey her from the safety of your bed, Percy by your side, and you shiver, though your maid is not entirely devoid of awareness. She notices, after a pause, after how you shrink away from her, and her expression softens. She turns to you, her expression newly gentle, though even behind that, you can sense that her displeasure is churning. As she says, "Oh, I do beg your pardon, my lady. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable." She did make you feel uncomfortable, but you tell her not to mind. That it doesn't matter. This is what you tell everybody if they make you uneasy. Not that people often ask. They never much seem to care about your opinion, which is why you always say that you don't mind. You know that this way it would hurt less when you inevitably discover that they do not mind if you mind, that they do not care. It is better to feign that you do not mind than it is to be upfront with your feelings, especially when you know that you will be greeted with apathy both ways. This is how you have been raised. It is what you've come to know. But something doesn't quite sit right about all this. You cannot help but feel that you shouldn't lie to your Amy like this. Not about your feelings. You shouldn't need to. But your maid seems reassured by your words nonetheless. She seems not to realize that you are not telling the truth. Or, if she does, she does not upbraid you. Instead, she smiles at you and she says, "Thank you, milady. I knew I could count on you to understand. You've always been so good and so gracious. Not like your fucking ugly bitch hag of a mother." Your maid's soft, sharp words take you by surprise once more, and again you blink. You look at her, wide-eyed, and ask, your voice trembling, "What happened?" What did your mother do? Because they're not dead yet. They're still alive. For now, it seems. Okay. She did nothing. That's the worst thing about all of this. I tried to tell her earlier, when I paused by the parlour, that you did not wish to marry Lord Worthing. But you were having second thoughts about the whole business. But she didn't listen. She ordered me to be silent. She said she didn't want to hear my opinion on the matter. Yes, that's what she called it. She said it was a matter. Your maid says, spitting vinegar, as though your future has something more trifling than a bill from a haberdasher. She didn't care a tuppence about what I had to say. And she didn't seem to care about you either. She completely ignored me, though I've never been with you for this. I've always known that your mother is a selfish harden. You dismiss me so thoughtlessly? I was so upset I thought it. I had half a mind to pick up the poker from the fireplace and... You imagine that your maid means to go on, working herself up into blather, but here she pauses. She catches your eye, and perhaps she sees how uneasy her fluster has made her. cannot read your maid's mind, so you're not sure what entirely she is thinking. Oh, my poor mistress, I'm so sorry. Carry on like this. You needn't hear this. It's not like you've done anything wrong. But you are certain that your maid is thinking of you. That is why she's so upset. She's doing this for your benefit, working yourself up in a fury over your own inevitable fate. She knows that you do not want to marry, though you have been unable to express as much. You're always taught that women are like little children, to be seen and not heard. But you've never had a voice, and often you feel like you might as well not have a visage at all. Nobody seems to care overtly much about you. Not your parents, and not Lord Worthing. But your mate does. She is here, at least, where all others have failed you, and she cares. You do not even need to tell her how you feel, because she seems to divine your moods regardless. She can tell what weighs upon your mind, and now takes steps to rectify it. She sits upon your bed, the mattress sinking beneath her weight. Then she reaches to take your hands, squeezing them gently as you sigh. She smiles and says, "Well, it's all right. I'll try to fix things for you. I'll sort it out, all out, my lady. Just as I've always been, always done. I was born to serve you, my lady. I see it to it that will. I see it to it that no awful man will ever be able to bother you again. I promise." Your maid leans in and brushes a few strands of your fair hair to one side. Then, very gently, she kisses your forehead, skimming her lips against your feverish skin, so you shiver. She draws back, her eyes full and dark, heavy with some intense emotions that you can't quite place. But then she glances away, and the spell is broken. No longer do you try to perceive what she is saying. It no longer signifies. She smiles, then says, "Now, to speak of lighter things, you look like a bit peaky. So perhaps you can't go outside. But would you like to play whist? I'm going to do my best today, as I read. I won't let you beat me again." Now that is a rather funny thing for me to say. You know that she could best you in a whist, easily, if she so desired. She only lets you win because she thinks that it will make you... It is what she wants. Because she feels sorry for you, sitting in your room day after day with nothing else to talk about yourself. She lets you win as an act of mercy. Just as one might put a dying dog out of his misery. She lets you win in the hopes that it will sweeten your lot in life. A spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down. But you're no idiot. Even if you are meek and mild-mannered, and you know that your maid is lying during the games of whist, your victories have all been built on falsehoods. You wish that you could trust your maid. And indeed, you trust her more than anybody else you know. But that's not saying much, really. When you know precious little few people. Your world is hopelessly small. It is just you, and your parents, and your maid, and Lord Worthing. Though, he hardly features. You do not have any friends. Wild, raucous Elizabeth doesn't count. You don't have any allies. You only have your maid. If you cannot trust her, there's nobody you can turn to. And this thought makes you shudder. Your heart clenches inside your breast, as though it has been caught in a cage of thorns. You wish you had not thought of that. But now that it occurred to you, you cannot unlink it. You try not to dwell upon your own hopelessness. But you do wonder, from time to time, if you rely upon your maid much more than she relies upon you. You are drifting, lost amidst the sweet oblivion of sleep. Your game of whist with your maid proceeds as it always does. Your overwhelming and little too obvious victory, which left you feeling unsatisfied as always. You passed your idle thought hours as best you could, either talking to your maid or flipping through the pages of a book, yet you could not forget your maid's faux surprise when she let you in at whist once again. Give me a second. Okay, sorry. I'm good. You know she does it for your sake, but you wish she could not. She would not bother. Her exclamation of surprise all ring hollow. They do not convince you. They do not convince you, and you begin to fear as the day escapes that your smile begin to seem similarly unconvincing. What will you do if your maid does not truly love you? Give me a second. Where am I looking for? Where the thing I'm looking for? Give me a second. What will you do if your maid does not truly love you? This thought plagues you throughout the day and long into the night, so much so you welcome this inevitable oblivion of sleep. Your maid helps you into your nightgown, pale pink, this time with the skin of a ripened peach, and she brushes out your hair as you sit before your vanity. 100 strokes delivered in a precise, pristine manner. She prepares you for bed as she does every night, with the stringent attention of an Egyptian embalmer, as if she means to prepare you for your afterlife. You lie in your bed as your maid's behest, pulling your bedsheets about you, cool and crisp and white and pure. You snuggle against Percy, whose fur is a little matted from old age, who is now missing one eye. You love your natty, old teddy bear, of course, no matter how old he might be, no matter how threadbare. She's seen you through many dark, stormy nights, and the thunder cracked outdoors like dropped dishes, and you feared you would die. He's always been your steadfast, stalwart companion. Would you fancy that there is something of the grave from your poor? Would you fancy that there is something of the grave about your poor, dear Teddy? He feels like a funeral gift, a token which will come with you to the afterlife. You cannot shake the feeling that this may well be the last night of unbroken slumber you have in quite some time, that your world will fast alter before your very eyes. But surely, you're being paranoid. Your maid might have been upset earlier, but she is often upset. There is nothing to suggest that today's upset is any greater than the upsets of the past. Nothing to suggest that anything is amiss. You are now overthinking things. You're overthinking things. You will always do that. You worry too much, and you have been worrying more than usual lately. Because you've been unwell. Your head feels so heavy, as though it has been eaten away by your termites. It feels like a hole has been boring into your skull. It aches. And so, you sleep. You surrender yourself to a dream where nothing can hurt you, where nothing can go wrong. You sleep, and you sleep, and you sleep. And you do not wake up, and you continue to sleep as the world drifts away from you, as your words, concerns, once so pressing, all begin to melt away. You know, though you do not know how you know, but no good will come of waking now. Ignorance, as they say, is bliss. And were you not blissful with your maid as she brushes out your hair, she picks out your pretty dresses? That is the life that you wish to cling to. It is the life you have always lived. You doze and you drift, and as you drift, you dream. Dream of your mind's hands in yours, your skin soft just like your favorite nightgown. You dream of cool, clear lakes, of meadows full of delicate, beautiful flowers. You dream of cobblestone streets, of churches with dark, twisting spires, the colors of aniseeds. You dream, and you drift, and you doze, and in so doing, you need never open your eyes. You need never confront reality. You need never realize what your maid did, nor what you became, and you are, for all intents and purposes, happy. Or as happy as a corpse could be. Goodness, what a pain! Isn't that how I anticipated this experiment to go? Excuse me, are you listening to me? I think I've granted you plenty of grace, but you need to start playing along. You need to wake up. But you eventually wake up. But you eventually wake up. It is inevitable that you would, for nobody can sleep forever. However much you might wish for it, however much you might will it, your eyelids flutter open, inevitably. Inexorably. Hi, Ming! Welcome! We're about to get murdered! You expect upon waking that you will need to peer through the darkness, swimming through the sheets of it, pressing down upon you like fathoms upon fathoms of salty sea water. But, to your surprise, you wake up, as always. I don't know, we're gonna find out! Welcoming to Toxic Yuri. Please read the content warnings, they're very important. I've played Poly a bit before. Haven't played in a long time. According to Steam, last time I played Poly was... let me see. October? That's last time I played it. I played for 20 hours. Last time was in October. It was fun. I liked it. I haven't played in a while, but it was fun. It was cozy. I liked it. Like I said, I haven't touched it in a while. I bought it to play with a friend a while ago, and then we just have played it ever since. It's fun. I enjoy it. I don't really remember what I was doing. I don't remember much about what I was doing in the game. It's your new addiction. Yeah, I've been seeing you streaming it recently. I've got notifications for it. Glad to see you enjoying it. Glad to see you're enjoying the game. It's free to play. That's why I can't find it. I thought it was... Is it? Anyways. Yeah. Last year they were in fun with new game. Yes, I have a house. I do have a house in the game. It looks okay. It's not the greatest house, but I have a house. I do have a house, yes. I made a house. It exists as a house. I have planted trees. I have planted crops. I have a bench in the corner. I have a bedroom. And a main area. Why are you wondering that, Ming? Why you wanna know about my house? You're trying to break in my house? You're trying to what's the word? What's the word? Let's scout. That's size. What's the word? You wanna go see? Well, why am I not gonna open the game right now? I can just open the game. I'm streaming. I'm gonna get murdered. Probably. I don't know. My maid's gonna kill my parents, that's for sure. I know you didn't mean now. It's light outside, and the sun streams in through your curtains. The light drapples? Drapples. The fuck is the word drapple? The word drapple is your pillow, and your cheek gently warm you in the art divine benediction. The sunlight is soft and soothing. Lean into it, as a child might seek out their mother's touch. But there's something strange about your bedroom. A cursory glance, however, reveals that your room looks as if it always has. The street's pale blue, your favorite landscape lining the walls and the ornate frames. Your little vials of perfume are still arranged upon your vanity, and so is your favorite sun hat. Nothing seems out of place, and yet, faintly, you can hear something. A whistle of the wind, perhaps, or no, is that a scream? Alright, bye Ming. Have fun! Good luck making money in your game. I'm waving at you. You can't see. I'm waving at you. I'm waving at you as if you can see my hand. You cannot. Cool, 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 cool. Have good luck. Have good luck. You sit upright in your bed, your slender body trembling, your eyes impossibly wide. You glance about, turning your head this way and that. Not too sharply, though. Oh, so your stomach will turn. You feel sick. You can smell a peculiar aroma. Or maybe it would be more accurate to call it stench. You do not know yet. It is your innocence, ignorance. But girls who have spent their lives working on farms or in fancy kitchens would be able to name that smell in an instant. Manure? Fire? It is the stench of the slaughterhouse. Ah! Death. Some great act of violence has been perpetrated downstairs, beneath your very feet. But you're a well-bred young lady, and you do not know what blood is supposed to smell like. You know what blood only when your monthlies arrive, and that blood, dead blood, is not the same as this blood. Freshly spilled all over the Turkish carpets. Your mind does not know the smell, but your body reacts to it as all the same. You wince, winding your arms about your middle. It is a warm, sunny morning, but you find yourself shaking regardless. What is going on? You sit there in your bed for what feels like a small eternity, waiting, straining your ears like the smallest sounds, no matter how far away. Until eventually it comes to the repetitive tapping of approaching footsteps. There's somebody coming down the hallway. Somebody standing by your door. You see the handle twist, the lock click. Your breath catches in your throat. You turn your head and then, milady, it's so good to see you again. Looking at your pretty face makes me feel better. I don't think there can be any more effective balm for my nerves. Not in all the world. She's standing there, just as you expected her to be. Just as you were hoping she would be. Your maid has arrived for you, as she does every morning. Looking very normal. She's wearing her usual attire, the black gown and the white apron. In one hand, she's holding a tray, upon which is laid a teapot and a teacup and a couple of scones. Again, she does every morning. Your maid has awoken you every morning for almost a decade. This is how it should be. It's how things always have been between you. How you have always imagined they would be in the future. From now on, or so you liked, imagined, and to the end of the world. This is what you want. But there's something horribly wrong with your maid. Her white apron isn't as spotless as it usually is. It is spattered instead in goblets of bright red. And so are her hands. And so are her cheeks. You suck in a row upon seeing her. What little color you have voids your face, and your maid sees the winces. She approaches your bedside. You cannot help but shrink away from her and says, "It's alright, milady. I know my current appearance might be alarming, but you don't need to worry about me. None of the blood is mine." So, it is blood. You thought as much. You may not recognize the scent, not from a distance. But you're not so very unsheltered that you do not know what blood looks like. It streaks across the maid's cheek like Celtic war paint of old, as if she is Boudica, come to drive the Roman out of Britain. Her hands, meanwhile, are slick and wet with the stuff. Such a deep, rich red. It looks as though she is wearing gloves. Bright red smears the delicate tea tray in her hands. It mixes with the scent of your tea. So your stomach churns. This shouldn't be happening, but... Shh, shh, the maid says, as if she is soothing a baby, though you haven't said anything yet. "It's alright, milady. Everything will be fine. You're endured a lot, I know. But you don't need to worry about this now. I fixed it all. I fixed it all for you. I fixed everything. Everything will be alright. It's all fine." Your maid repeats these pretty little phrases, like a broken automaton. Her mouth snapping open and close as she sets your tray on your bedside table. Sets it down with a clink, just like always. She's acting as she always does in the mornings, performing a pantomime of your shared routine. But there is stiffness to her shoulders and awareness in the way that she moves. She doesn't sound even remotely convincing. You look at her with anxious eyes, feeling like a small rabbit which has been cornered by a hungry fox. You swallow, your throat shifting. Then, very quietly, you ask her what happened. What did she do? It is unfortunate, the maid says after a pregnant pause, which suggests it really is something, but really is anything, but your mother refused to listen to me. She was being rather recalcitrant, actually. I told her, once again, that you had no interest in Lord Wolving. Yet she ignored me. My pleas on your behalf, she's being quite cold. Actually, positively rigid. My talking to her was just like trying to argue with a glacier. That's how repetitive he was. Receptive he was. She was so aloof, I knew my words could never reach her. I did not. I'm not sure why I bothered really. I knew from the beginning that it was all useless. But still, I wanted to believe. I tried to tell her how you felt, but it was all in vain. I tried my best. Here, your maid's voice trails off. She inhales sharply, her pupils seeming to shrink inside her head. 2 pinpricks of color drifting in a sea of milky wind. Her fingers curl at her chest, scrabbling as if she means to dig into her own skin to tear out her own beating heart. She winces and then, but what good is trying if it doesn't yield the results? I knew it was a pointless endeavor from the beginning. Who would ever listen to a maid like me? I doubt the Lord or Lady know me from Eve. I've been working my fingers to the bone for this freedom for years, ever since I was a child. Ever since my 12th birthday. And for what? I may be your lady's maid, but the lords and ladies of this world, they can't distinguish me from the urchins who work in the kitchens. I'm nothing to them. I'm less than nothing to them. They do not care what I have to say. Seem offended, in fact, that I dare to say them at all. They wouldn't listen to me. So, I have to make them listen. I had no other choice. You look at your maid mutely for a few moments, watching her rock back and forth, her arms twined about her middle as if for protection. But what does she have to protect herself from? Surely she's taken care of any potential threats already. If anything, your parents are the ones who ought to have protected themselves from her. She might be a maid, but she is no mere maid. Her cheeks and fingers are not stained coal from the scullery, or ashes from the fireplace, or something far more vivid, much more viscous. You know what this is, of course. You can smell it in the air, rich and thick, so intensely your nostrils twitch from it. You know what your maid has done, but stupidly, foolishly. You still ask her what she did. How did she make your parents listen to her? I made them listen? You made sense. It was scattershot, a little distracted. The only way I knew how? The only way animals can make the maid listen. I already told you, my lady. Your parents are not half so genteel as they like to imagine themselves, though they wear fine clothes, and they have all these airs of races. They're nothing more than beasts. They are fools, filthy, unrepentant animals. Your maid spits, her eyes narrowing with hatred, her words dripping with vitriol, and everybody knows that you can't reason with beasts. It is impossible. They don't understand words. So, I had to use violence instead. I'm not proud of it, your maid continues, seeing the way you tense. But some sacrifices have to be made. I did it for your sake, you know. Your maid continues, her voice soft and gentle, but deceptively so. In the past, your maid's caring tones used to reassure you. Now, however, they leave you feeling cold and uncomfortably chilled to the very marrow of your bones. I did it for your sake, your maid said, as though this was something you had asked for, as though this was something that you wanted. I did it for your sake, she said, her face mottled with bloody freckles, her once white apron stained with gore. I did it for your sake. She undoubtedly told herself. She thrust the blade of a knife forth, if indeed she did use a knife. She rent skin from bone, slicing flesh like raw meat. She killed people. She killed your parents. She killed Lord Worthington too, though you cannot help but think he, at least, had it coming. And she doesn't look very remotely sorry. She doesn't even look shaken. Does she not care about what she has done? Or does she simply care about you more? You find yourself shivering by the sheets which are draped about you. With uneasy eyes, you examine your maid, who seems to misunderstand your unease. Takes a seat upon the side of your bed. You try not to wince as she smears blood over your sheets, then cups your cheek with both hands. She looks into your eyes, her pupils dilating. They no longer look like pinpricks. And she says, "Are you alright, milady? You're trembling so much. You aren't cold, are you?" Cold? You look at your maid, mutely, momentarily dumbfounded. Did you truly believe that you tremble from the cold? How could that be, when you're still swaddled beneath your sheets? It is a warm, sunny day, and the birds are chirping outside upon the boughs. Leaves green and verdant beneath the sunshine. Well, good morning, possum. It's to hydrate and stretch. How was your nap? Oh, hiya, possum. Comfy. Good to hear. Good to hear you're very comfy in your sleep. You're turning just in time for the most uncomfy situation of this part of the game. This part of the game, the maid's part of the game. Our maid just murdered our parents. That's ketchup, right? Yes, ketchup. Look at all this ketchup on my maid. So much ketchup on the maid. Hope you had a good nap. Welcome in. I heard you enjoyed your band girl watching early this morning. And you started doing art right after. Jesus fucking Christ. I hope you got enough sleep though. Why do they spill so much ketchup on? That's my head. Gotta be more careful. I know. Can't believe that they were so clumsy. Can't believe it. But yes, we're playing Ebi-hime to enter to the toxic Yuri VN jam. Glass heart, or your glass heart in my hands for long, and we're coming to the end of the maid's part of the game. I'm assuming this is the last section of the maid part. And yeah, welcome. Please read the pinned message, pinned message for the giant list of content warnings in this game. It's a lot. They're very important to read. But yeah, we're about to make sure to comfort us while we kind of shirk back from fear. It seems fun. The summer is coming. The weather is fair, and there is no need for you to be shaking so. The sunlight which graces your exposed shoulders is gentle, like the embers of a lover. Yippee! The maid's touch, meanwhile, makes your stomach turn. Her fingers are slick and sticky with blood. There's so much of it. It has begun to turn black. The blood, not her blood, as she was quick to reassure you, has congelated on her fingers, so it feels almost thick, sticky, like tar, or like treak. The blood, your parents' blood, stains your bedsheets. It stains your cheeks. The smell of it is overpowering, rich and coppery, like old pennies, and it makes your stomach twist. You stare at your maid, your stomach twisting into knots. You wish that you blinked. You wish that you could blink, and all this would disappear. That your hands would be wiped clean from blood, and all would be well. But you know things can never be so well again. She's already killed 3 people, without flinching. Perhaps more. Who is to say that she will not be next? Who would say what she might do next? You were always so close. You and your maid, and yet, the longer you stare at her, the more you find you no longer know her. You knew she had her passions, of course. Some of the things she said about her parents were decidedly unchristian. But never did you think she would go this far. Never did you think she had such violence within her, coil within her like the dark exterior of a slumbering snake. You did not think. But you never thought much, have you? As a closeted, well cared for young lady, you never had to. You were not content, exactly. But you allowed your others to make all of your decisions for you. That is how you were raised. You thought it was right. You thought it correct that your parents were the ones to map out your future, that they had the final say on your future happiness and unhappiness both. You never thought about rebelling. The only time you ever asked for anything of your own accord is when you required, so shyly, whether your maid might become your personal servant. That is the only time you have ever spoken for yourself. So, of course, other people will try to speak for you. They will put words into your mouth, and they will carry out deeds on your supposed behalf that you never asked for. Violent, visceral deeds which leave you feeling faint. If your parents saw it fit to wed you to Lord Worthing, then it is only natural your maid would see it fit to hope this. She has not done anything that your parents have not done for you. To you. Already. Like them, she has taken your future into her own hand. She is doing what she thinks is the best for your supposed benefit. But why did you never ask? You would expect such callousness from your parents, who never seemed to care about you, but your maid. You thought that you could trust her. You loved her, but she didn't love you in turn. Not the way that you wanted to be loved. She took your love and then trampled on it. She acted without your knowing, and now she claims that she did it all for your sake. How could she? You continue to stare at your maid, frozen in place like a sculpture, as your maid examines you. She holds your cheeks between her palms, her red palms stained with gore, and exhales. She frowns, then says, "Oh, Justine, my dear darling lady, why are you looking at me like that? As though you don't know me? Why are you trembling so? You've no need to fear me. I never meant to hurt you. I was trying to help you. I did it all for you. Just like the tea. It was all for you. It's always been for you." The tea? What is she talking about? What other secrets has your maid been hiding from you? For you are sure now that she has been keeping secrets. Nobody can murder 3 people in cold blood. Oh, was it only 3? Without being capable of subterfuge to the highest degree. What other lies has she been feeding you? Thickly sweet macarons? You stare at your maid, while your maid stares back at you. Her eyes bore into yours, while her lips slowly purse. Her voice, when next she speaks, is soft and gentle. She speaks to you as a mother might recite a child's bedtime story. Her cadence soft and gentle. Disturbingly so, given she is still covered in blood from tip to toe. Yes, Ditty? She says, though you have already begun to grasp its significance, are now beginning to wonder whether you want to know what she's been doing. It was all in the tea, all along. I put it in the tea. I put it in the tea. But I had to. I had no choice. There is again that well-worn excuse which could only get her so far. I had no choice. Perhaps such an excuse might work if she were trying to explain throwing away a pair of old stockings so wholly that they could no longer be darned. But to explain away a murder. Several murders. It doesn't quite ring true. Your parents said you were to wed Lord Worthy. But I knew you had no interest in the male. You complained about you married enough? Though no, that isn't quite the truth. You do not complain, do you, Justine? You were too vicious to complain, virtuous to complain. Not like me. And far too well bred. Your parents told you that women oughtn't to decree their lots in life. They told you to be obedient, and you told this to possess into your heart. You would have complained, but I knew it was in your heart. I knew you did not want to marry him. Why would you, in officious, pompous book like that? I certainly had no fun to spare for that awful man, with his little moustache and his inflated sense of superiority. So I devised a plan. It was quite the ingenious plan, really, if you don't mind me boasting. No, you do not mind her boasting. Your maid was committed sins far, far greater than vanity this morning. Thank you. I'm glad you understand. Your maid says, with a small smile, now we have probably gathered what I did already. You've always been such a smart girl, but since I came here and I'm covered in blood, I might as well tell you. For the last fortnights, I've been mixing hemlock into your tea. Hemlock. Is that not toxic? Your maid says. With a small smile, she nods. Yes, indeed. Good job to you, dear Justine. I knew you would understand. You've always been so very clever. I dug the hemlock into the dark, in the woods, by the garden. I'm mixing it into your tea ever since. Not enough to kill you, of course, but enough to incapacitate you, certain. I had thought if you fell ill, no deathly ill, but ill enough, their parents would take some degree of pity on you. I thought they have fond feelings for your only daughter would trump their dare to make an alliance with Lord Yuri, and they would call the wedding off. I'd hope that they would love you more than they love the allure of gold. But I was wrong. I put too much faith in your parents and the beasts, the bastards that they are in your sickness didn't compel them to call off the wedding. If anything, they seem to incline to spend the preparations for you. Fear you might pass away before the wedding had a chance to put a ring upon your lovely little finger. They were determined to wed you, regardless of the cost. Even if the stress as a physician induced for your upcoming nuptials is eating away at you. Dr. Coquin herself said that wedding might be the cause of your mysterious malady. Yet it did not sway your parents. I fear that nothing could. They were too callous to care about you, my dear Justin. They had no fond feelings for you, even if they were horribly sick. Your maid's fingers, which once were cupping your cheeks so gently, now tighten. You feel her nails scraping against your skin. Your cold, hard kerosene beneath all the blood, and you wince. So I killed them. I killed them using a cleaver, which I liberated from the kitchen. Ah, so that is the murder weapon, is it? You're honored. I cut your fine. I cut your fine, fancy father's throat. I cut it so deeply that the blood spurted from its crimson scrape. It cut me here and there, and here too. Your maid says, now gesturing towards herself. For such a fastidious man, he was an awful mess. It was quite unpleasant, really, but it was easy work. My cleaver went inside her throat so easily. He offered no resistance at all. It was just like the slaughtering of his lamb. I had done it often enough on my parents' phone. He crumbled on the ground in 8 seconds. After I tucked the cleaver out, and that is when I made the start for my mother. Her I dismembered like the soul that she is. Her intestines spilled out of her stomach on a horn brush. I wish you could have seen, Justine. I'm certain you would have found it satisfying. There was more blood than I was able to. The worst, the splatter was how I leaned. You see, I adapted my Ebi-hime. I'm not fool. I pulled out her intestines like a garron. They spattered all over the floor. They were pinkish. They seemed to pulsate in the light of the drawing room. If I had wanted, I could have worn them like a stole, or hung them up like a wreath. But I didn't do that, of course. I am not twisted. Attiré, c'est I wanted. Une petite relation. A lesson I think you think grimly your mother will have been bound to forget. Your grasp of human biology is poor, if not a subject you were ever schooled in. Your parents thought it too vulgar for a young lady. But you know that no human can survive with their intestines pulled out. Not far too long, at least. No, your poor mother. You're never very close to her. In fact, you might have been afraid of her. But still, you find yourself imagining her final moments. You imagine your maid descending upon her, the sole of her boots heavy on the floor, and you wince. For all your mother's faults, you do not think she deserves such a grisly ending. You can't imagine that anybody would. Of course, I dispatched with Lord Worthington. Your maid continues, her voice low and hurried, almost feverishly. I would rather not dwell on that. What I did to him isn't exactly ladylike. Because pulling your mother's intestines out of her abdomen is such a more appropriate topic of conversation, you're sure. But needless to say, he won't be bothering you anymore either. None of them will. Not your parents, not all the wedding, not any of the silly servants who tried to stop me. I dispatched them all. They are all dead and gone now, my dear Justine. Nobody can make you marry if you not wish to, and nobody can harm you. I did this all for you, my mistress, my lady, my one true love. You were once caged away like a little bird, but now you are free. Is that not wonderful? Couldn't you laugh out loud of joy? Don't you feel thankful? Your maid stares at you, her eyes wide and dark and awful like two bottomless pits. Two vast, staring voids. You can tell that there is something deeply, deeply wrong with your maid. As though the reddish-brown blood dotted in her front did not make that immediately obvious. Once you thought you could trust her. Now you fear you would be a fool if you could continue to do so. How can you trust somebody who not only lets herself lose in whist, but who has killed your parents, do not care or worthing, and who has been slowly, steadily, poisoning you? One of these crimes would be bad enough, but all three? That truly is unforgivable. You wonder whether you should tell your maid as much. Funnily enough, you do not feel at all thankful for her intervention, but you are not afforded the choice. You open your mouth, but no words come out. Instead, you find yourself coughing, a dry, hacking cough, so loud it takes you by surprise. There's a hand to your mouth, your eyes squeezed shut from the sheer shock of it. You feel like a weak, feeble, fragile thing as you cough over and over. Your whole body quakes. You feel horribly bony as you hack dryly, chest heaving. You've been coughing a lot lately. Ever since you fell sick. Ever since your maid made you sicken. But never has it hurt so much as it does now. It feels as though your throat is being scored by steel wool, and there is an unpleasant taste bubbling in your tongue. Is that... Oh, my lady! Your maid exclaims, agonizing on your behalf as you start to cough. You're right. It sounds as though you are in pain. Here, take this. Please feel free to make use of it. Like anything else I only saw yours. Your maid hands you a kerchief, as she speaks. A neat little square of fabric, which is folded up and stashed away inside her skirt pocket. Though your maid's clothes are splashed with gore. Note that the handkerchief is quite clean, almost perversely so. It seems strange this little square of fabric should have emerged from your maid's motor unscathed. But it does not remain so for long. You press the kerchief against your mouth gracefully. Your maid might not murder your parents, but she is doing you a kindness, allowing you to preserve your dignity. You cough against it over and over, while your maid rubs your trembling back, muttering soothing remarks as she does. Eventually, your coughing fit subsides. You draw the kerchief away, feeling lightheaded. The moment you do, you gasp. The kerchief is once ivory, but no longer. It, too, has been stained bright red. A vivid flower beginning to bloom upon it, even redder than the roses which grow in the garden outdoors. Naturally, it is blood. Naturally, it is your blood. You've been coughing up Fallon. And 4. Never blood. You're accustomed to your monthlies. But never before has your blood bubbled from your mouth like this. You stare at the chief, shocked to silence. Your fingers curl about it. They curl tightly. Your knuckles crack. Well, your mate sighs. Oh dear, she says, sounding so softly. Sweetly, pathetic, you almost. But not quite. Forget. She does. She's done. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I suppose that would be the tea, taking effect. I slipped a little more hemlock into it yesterday than usual. I thought it prudent after I had that altercation with your mother. I'd already discerned that she would not listen yesterday morning. I tried to dissuade her from waiting until Lord Worthing. I saw your future before my eyes, a future where you would suffer, kept under the thumb of that odious man. So, I thought to liberate you using whatever means necessary. Naturally, I plan to kill your parents. Naturally, she says, as though it was, well, the most natural thing in the world. How funny. You don't think that mass murder is a natural answer to one would hit upon. But then again, you're no great thinker. You're no scientist, and neither are you a scholar. You're not a lady, you're just a lady. We just say what is natural. But I wanted some assurance in case my plan was unsuccessful. I thought I would poison you more thoroughly than before, that you would at least die, even if your parents did not. This way, I could ensure that you would never have to marry that awful Lord Worthing. You'll never be able to walk you down the aisle now. What if you are a corpse? No, we will never have time to walk away and at them. Anyway, at the moment. With its head split open like a pomegranate. It was easier at the best I imagined. I thought of him so easily, even, he took up a poker. He tried to defend himself, but he knew not what to do with it. He jabbed at me a few times, rather ineffectively so. As if he were fencing. He probably did fencing in the university of his. The maid continues, her upper lip curling in obvious derision. He fancied himself an expert with a rapier. Did no bloodlust in him. He was only showing off. And a room full of corpses too. Man, I so to dissembled him. Then I but this decapitated him. He will not be able to wed you. And I had to be certain. Your maid continues, taking your cheeks between her fingers once more. I didn't know that she would never be able to marry you, even if I wasn't able to best you. It was a foolish worry of mine, as I now can see. But I was doing it for your sake, Justine. Your maid entreats, her fingers sticking against your skin. All of this I have done for you. I meant to save you from your fate, however. I could if I had to kill you. Then, is it inevitable that you will die? Your maid finishes for you. There's a small pause and then, yes. I should think so. You're coughing up blood, dear thing. You have not long left in this world. But don't worry. I love you. I love you so much. I will not leave you. I cannot leave without you. Your maid says, as though this ought to make you feel better, smearing your cheeks as she speaks with obscene red makeup. You realize as she holds you that your maid has an irritating habit of telling you not to worry. As you're an idiot child with no brain in your head. She thinks you are a fool. But perhaps she is correct. She only resorted to such drastic measures because you refused to do anything about your own plight. If only you had spoken against your marriage match to Lord Worthington, perhaps this never would have happened. Your parents have always been cold and uncaring, but they more inclined to listen to you than a mere maid. Perhaps you could have avoided this. If only you had been a little bit braver. But it is too late to worry about such things now. You are in such much pain at this point that death itself might be a mercy. There is nobody I love more than you. Yumi continues, her voice soft now, but frantic, her every syllable threatening to singe you like a flame of a candle. I can't live in the world without you, my dear Justine. I do not even want to imagine it would hurt far too much. Even more than a knife in the ribs. Or a cleaver through the throat. So, let us both die together. Your maid announces, her voice feverish, her cheeks faintly pink. I think that would be wonderfully romantic, do you not agree, my lady? Why, it would be just like Romeo and Juliet. You are not too sure about that. Not much like Romeo and Juliet. Though it is touted as a romance, you think it's awfully macabre. You fail to see why either Romeo or Juliet had to die. It is all horribly contrived, nothing more than a series of misunderstandings. In the grim, unforgiving world you live in, you sometimes think it would be the braver ending to allow both Romeo and Juliet to have the happiness. You have always thought death to be so an unsatisfying ending to any story. It is final and leaves no room for your confusion, no room for further conversation. Death is the absence of all meaning. It comes for all of us in the end. But it strips us all of our complexities, of our ideal, our idiosyncrasies, of our hypocrisies. In death, we are all the same. In death, we are all equal, which means that in death, we are all equally worthless. You wish to tell your mate that you see nothing romantic in a joint suicide. That, if she knew you as well as she claims, she would know that, but you cannot get out the words. You're coughing too much. More blood, red bile escapes from your lips. Your spittle is starting to turn pink. And you heave. You feel as though you will be sick. But you are not alone in your suffering. May looks at you somberly, her eyelids half-lidded. She seems sad, at least at what she was wrought. But she is not particularly apologetic. She seems to regard your death as inevitability. Like the slow, steady sinking of a ship. I know you, one. I know it hurts, but I will be joining you soon. Please wait for me, my lady. Give me a few moments, so together we will die as one. Then nobody will ever separate us. The maid brings the delicate willow-patterned teacup to her lips. A string of steam exudes from the surface of the tea, which is darker than you have ever seen it. It looks almost black. It is a good thing I may not ask you to sip from this cursed cup. You know you would have balked at it. Your maid tried to hide the hemlock in your tea, so that you would sip it obediently, like a good girl. But she has been far more heavy-handed with her own refreshment. The tea is more toxic than tea. It looks worryingly black, like the excrements of a corpse, like ashes strewn in a fireplace. Vade inhales, then she drinks. You watch as she drowns the contents of her teacup, watch as her throat convulses, and as she sets the cup aside, soon upon its saucer. Your maid sways, her eyes widen, her pupils dilating until they seem to consume her whites entirely. She lurches forward, and you wonder for a moment whether she will expire on the spot. But no. Once more, her slick red palms find your cheeks. She holds you a little more tightly this time, a little more desperately. And she crushes her lips to yours in a kiss. You can taste the poison on her lips. You can taste it on her tongue. You gasp against the kiss, hard and harsh, and entirely unwanted, and your maid uses it to her advantage. She slides her tongue inside your mouth, her tongue which tastes of decay and disease. She drank such a highly concentrated dosage of poison. You're surprised it did not turn her tongue black, that it did not start to crumble at the roots. Her tongue tastes oddly fleshy, however. In your mouth, it has not turned to ashes, though you fear you soon will meet such a sorry fate. Ashes to ashes, and dust to dust. On and on, your maid kisses you. You taste the hemlock in her saliva, its flavor more intense than anything you have tasted before. Your maid draws your tongue into her own mouth. She sucks on it, as a baby might its mother's teat. As the poison slowly floods your body, your consciousness begins to fade. Unbidden, your eyes droop shut, your eyelids hard and heavy, just like lead. Your fingers have started to feel horribly, unnaturally cold. Your heartbeat, meanwhile, begins to slow. You succumb bit by bit to your own inevitable end, to the inevitability of the grave and the worms which wish you make mincemeat out of your slender, lily-like limbs. But no. It's not a past you wish to recall. It's not a past you wish to reclaim. Did you not see any other paths available to you as you drifted? Any other lives that might have been more satisfactory? Why don't you reach out and see, quickly now, while you still can? Why don't you see who else you might have been? What else you might have become? Let's check out the nurse. You continue to drift in darkness. It submerges you like tar, like oil. There's something oddly reassuring about the darkness. Something soothing. Up. It's time to wake up. But you cannot drift forever. There are people who are worrying about you, people who care for you. Surely they must care for you to hear a voice calling through the veil of darkness, a voice which stirs your memories deep within you. You recognize that voice? You sure know the speaker, though. You can't put a name to her or face to them. Not just yet, at least. But it's time to wake up. And this realization is like a flickering candle, one which soon turns to a burning beacon. This light now is fire, fills you, scorching you from your tips to your toes. You are assailed by memories, phantom sounds and smells. You recall the crackling of wood and flickering of flames, motes of fire dancing beneath your closed lids, threatening to burn you from the inside out. You shiver, though you do not understand why. Fire ought to be hot, and yet... Beth, I would not ask you again. Wake up, you silly girl. You cannot keep sleeping, not now. You fear if you continue to drift, these burning flames will finally consume you. Your lungs fill with thick, acrid smoke, and then you choke to death and quench when all else burns around you. You do not want to endure that again. So, you force yourself to open your eyes even though it hurts. The back of your head is throbbing, and there is an unpleasant taste in your tongue, an unpleasant stench of your nostrils. The smell is sharp and rank, acrid and acidic. It is the stench of neglect, disuse, dereliation, and dust. Derogation? And beneath it all, you swear you could catch a lingering smell of smoke. You lie there, dazed and disoriented. Your eyes might be open, but you still have no idea where you are. Scarce any idea who you are. Pain continues to throb in the back of your skull, slow and dull and regular. You feel sick. You wish you had never woken up, but you know the choice. You know you cannot sleep forever. You blink, dispersing white spots which swim from your vision, and soon look around groggily. You still have no idea where you are, and that awful stench is making you feel sick. Oh, I see you finally come to. I was beginning to worry you wouldn't wake up this time. You put me through quite a lot of stress, you awful girl. You really will be the death of me one day. But you soon realize that you are not alone. There's a woman standing by your bedside. A tall, gaunt woman who looks alarmingly skeletal. Pretty woman. The woman is skinny, to the point of emaciation, with pale flesh which sits a bit too close to her bones. Her eyes are unsettlingly crimson. Her under eyes are dark. The bag beneath her eyes are so dark, her irises look as though they are set into two blank, staring holes. This offers a peculiar woman an uncanny quality, as if she is observing you from a great distance. Her hair is dark, strangles loosely around her shoulders, which are gaunt, sharp, bony, just like the rest of her. She wears the attire of a nurse, white apron, blue gown, white stockings, and black boots. And her mouth is concealed by a surgical mask. You cannot see her mouth, but you can gauge her expression from her awful eyes of her alone. She's looking at you with a detached sort of curiosity, as a scientist might observe a specimen, one which has been pinned down on a board, ready to be dissected. Her intrigue in you is of a surgical kind. Her red irises so unnerving, you shudder. You cannot say you trust someone. At least you dream of a fire faded into the background. You cannot think of fire when you look at this woman. She is much too cold for it. An ice sculpture brought to life. You look at the nurse uneasily. You do not trust her, but you still ask her where you are and what is going on. You have nobody else, after all, to turn for answers. She is the only other person here to talk to.
Oh?
The nurse raises an eyebrow.
Do you know not where you are?
Mutely, perhaps meekly, you shake your head. Rose looks at you coldly. You think that everything she does must be cold. Then says, "And do you know who you are?" This question is even more pointed than the last. It lacerates you, just like broken glass, and you tremble. This ought to be easy enough to answer. How can you not know who you are? And yet, you should know this. The answer is on the tip of your tongue. But when you try to grope at it, you're met with nothing more, nothing save, well, nothingness. There's a hole in your head, your memories ought to be. You feel the empty, aching lack inside your skull, throbbing. Your sense of self has slowly leaked away while you were lying in your hospital bed in this dark, dingy room. You ought to know who you are, but you do not. Your own identity is a mystery to you. You do not know your age, nor your occupation, nor even your name. You could be queen for all you know, the sort with the power to order executions, and you would have no idea. You have never felt more lost before. Or at least you think that you have never felt more lost before. How can you be so sure of that, however, when you cannot remember anything past or present? All you know is that this hospital bed. The only face you can recall with any clarity is that of your nurse as she stands beside you. Even then, you can only see half her face. The surgical mask obscures her mouth. You cannot remember the face of your parents, if you even have any. You cannot recall any brothers or sisters, aunts or uncles, nephews or nieces, family, friends. You cannot recall a single thing. Immediately, you bite the inside of your cheek. You bite a little too hard. Your teeth shear through the soft, inviting flesh and thin. Blood begins to bubble from the wound, sharp and coppery, and you wince. The nurse, meanwhile, clicks her tongue. I'll take that as a no, then. That is unfortunate. Here, you wince, as if you have failed some sort of test. Let her down? But that's alright. That is what I am here for. You cock your head at your nurse curiously. What do you mean by that? I know who you are, the nurse continues, her voice a dull monotone. If you don't, that is my job. Now listen, you're a young lady of some renown. A young lady? You cannot recall being a young lady. But by the same token, you cannot remember being a scullery maid, or a farmer's assistant, or a spinner, either. If you have to be anything, I suppose you could do more worse than being a lady. It is only one step down from being a princess, just one step down from being a queen. If you have to assume any identity, you could do worse than being a lady. But it could also do far better. Ladies have less power, after all, than the lords who father them, the lords they wed. Yes, you think, as you sit there, you'd far rather be a lord. You do not know much of yourself, but you cannot imagine you have ever wanted to be a lady. You're out riding, the nurse says, her voice dispassionate, on your horse when you had something of an accident. An accident? Indeed. You slipped and fell, and you broke your leg. Do my best to set your bones, but it will take some time for you to recover. Until then, I must advise that you remain here, and undisturbed and unmoved, naturally. I will check in on you at regular intervals, and I will see that all your needs are being met. That is what I am here for. Ah, you see. You had wondered why your right leg felt so heavy, and why it looked so bulky beneath the sheets. You cannot see the current state of your leg. Not with the sheet atop it. But you imagine you are wearing a cast. You can remember what a cast is, at least, even if you cannot remember your own name, your old home, your friends or family. How curious. You must have banged your head rather hard when you fell off your horse. That would be the only logical explanation behind your disorientation and the dull ache inside your head. You swallow. You see decay on the air. You see dust, and you wince. You just curl about your sheets, which are threadbare, and you glance about. You take in your room, dark and drab and decidedly dingy. With peeling walls and a wooden floor and a single wood window, small and mean like a prison cell, and you frown. Your nurse says that you are a lady, a young lady. And if this is true, why are you sounding so derelict, my lady? Yes, that's a good way of terminating it. Where, you ask? Where, you ask your nurse, is this place? This, the nurse replies coolly, is a private sanatorium. Sanatorium, I can't fucking read. Sanatorium. Young girls are sent here when they are sickened, and we, which is to say, us nurses, do our best to help you recover. You see, that doesn't make sense, but you wish to know why this sanatorium is so run down? You wonder that, yes, if you wouldn't mind. Not at all. Nurse answers, in a tired sort of voice, which suggests that she does mind, quite a lot, in fact. This sanatorium is something of an experiment. An experiment? Our benefactors and an eccentric woman. Ripple. Unique, shall we say, benefit. She, and by she, I'm referring to one Dr. Goodwin, thinks these newfangled things, the nurses. Newfangled? Here the nurse makes a quotation mark with one hand, the hand which isn't holding her cigarette. Hospitals are, with their sleek white floors and walls, are bad for patients. Her argument is if the sick are kept in pristine conditions, what motive will there be to recover? They will grow complacent, and they will be content to waste away within a hospital bed. It is a half of Dr. Goodwin that cleanliness is not, in fact, close to godliness. Instead, inflicts slovenliness. You're here to recover, nothing more, and your parents wish for you to recover as soon as possible, that you might return home. Let's go save, or let's go dehydrate and get some more water. Be right back. Yep, they're back. I returned. Because you made the accent, you recover. You hear? I don't know if I read this right. Most people accent. You're here to recover, nothing more. Your parents wish for you to recover as soon as possible, that you might return home. That is why you were sent here. The healing methods of this sanatorium may seem unorthodox, but they have been proven to work with many patients in the past. We've helped scores of young ladies recover from various ailments, from the mental to the physical. Our patients are sequestered within their own rooms, and they are given little in way of stimulation. We seek to bore you so extensively that you will have nothing to divert your attention to, save recovery. That is not for you to do here. There is not for you to do here. No books, nor any games, beyond resting. And there are no necessary furnishings which might distract you. These rooms are kept strict and Spartan for your own benefit. And if they are a little run down, well, that only aids us with our goal of recovery. I cannot imagine many girls, especially not young ladies, who wish to lay in a pile like this for a very long while. Liz glances about here, her nose wrinkled. He watches her brow furrows, and she says, "So you must do your best to recover. Get a lot of sleep, and who knows, in time you may be able to escape from this place." The cigarette, pinched in her nurse's left hand, between her long, alarmingly skinny fingers, burns down slowly as she speaks. Watch the end of her cigarette throughout her little speech. Your iris is fixed on it. You're not sure why, but you keep finding yourself drawn to it. The end of the cigarette is orange, red, and it smells of ash. A steady plume of gray smoke escapes from it. A plume of smoke which carries with it an unpleasant fog of nicotine. Smell permeates your small room, which looks more like a cell for more effectively than the weak and frothy sunlight through those begrimed windows. Smell seems to infiltrate everything. It settles upon your bedside table, upon your sheets, upon your shoulders. It fills your nostrils and bathes your parted lips, and it seems to coat the inside of your own lungs, so you cough. The nurse watches you sputter, archly unmused, and says, "Stop that slowness. You have an issue with your legs, your lungs. Get your act together." The nurse sounds woefully unsympathetic to your plights. So much so, tears begin to bead in your eyes. Or perhaps that is the result of the cigarette smoke. You're not accustomed to the smell of cigarette smoke. You have the vaguest collections of your father smoking his way through the expensive cigars. But it's always made you sputter. You cannot stand the stench of it. It clings to everything it touches. Wallpaper and wainscoting and your windpipe alike. And it makes you feel sick. You shrink in on yourself, your arms winding around your middle. At least you did not break either of those. You wish the nurse would want smoke so. Sure, this was contrary to your recovery. You tell the nurse as much, and she simply shrugged in response. "Why should it matter? This place isn't meant to be a hospital. I already told you as much." "But is this place not?" You ask her tremendously. "A hospital?" "No, it isn't. It's a sanitarium. Did you not listen to a word I was saying?" "You did, of course, but you rather thought that hospital and sanitarium were one and the same." "Well, that is your mistake," nurse says waspishly. "And your own ignorance to play. They're not the same." "No?" "No. We do things differently in the sanitarium, but it is all for your own good. You would do better not to question me either, else it will impede your recovery. You do want to get better, don't you?" "Of course you do, but..." "Then do not ask any more questions. Do not make any suggestions. It is not your place. As a patient, you have no voice. There's nothing you can say, which can sway me. Your only job is to recover until your legs can heal. You cannot integrate into society. And if you cannot integrate into society, that means you are not a human." "Not a human?" "No, indeed. In your current state, lying in that bed, you are like a rat. Or even less than a rat. At least they can scamper. If you were to try to stand up, however, you would soon collapse." "Did you want to try that?" You note an uncomfortable degree of intrigue in your nurse's eye, and you shudder. You cannot say that you have much of a desire to try that, no. "That's what I thought. Your nurse triumphantly. Your nurse says triumphantly. Now, I believe I have answered enough of your questions. It's high time I left. I do have other patients to attend to, you know. If your nurse treats her other patients the same way that she has been treating you, you feel rather sorry for them. But you know better than to express this in sentiment. You might be somewhat impetuous. You get the feeling you have always been something of a chatterbox. Usually so. Far a young lady, but you are not stupid. You know when it is best to keep your mouth shut. And keeping your mouth closed seems like the most sensible course of action in the nurse's company. If she insists upon smoking all the time, then you would rather not breathe in these acrid fumes. She says that her smoking is in the interest of your recovery, but you're tempted to call her bluff on that one. You rather think that your nurse is doing whatever she wants, all in the service of making you squirm. I'll be going now, your nurse says, after a small pause. She waits perhaps, so when you will ask for her to tarry a minute, to stay by your side, to think twice about abandoning you. Please! But you do not say anything of any of these things. You do not want to give her a satisfaction. But anyway, you think you would prefer it if she did leave. You cannot say that this meeting has been particularly pleasant. I'll see you later, the nurse says stiffly, once she realizes no pleas for clemency are forthcoming. I'll be back with your dinner. You need to eat more. You're just a wisp of a thing. It will fortify you. Until then. Your nurse turns. You think that she will depart, taking her cigarette with her, in its noxious fumes. Once more, she confounds you. She sets her cigarette, now burning down, on a stump, far from her long, elegant fingers. Then she crushes it beneath her heels, slowly, methodically, as one might stamp a spider to death. When she draws her foot away, the cigarette is a sad, crumpled husk of its former self. Its back bent, ash scattered across the warped and wooden floorboards. Lisa stops smoking, but the smell remains. Your nurse looks at the disfigured remains of your cigarette, arcly, repression unfeeling. So do you. There's a pause. And then your nurse finally walks away. The sole of her heel strikes against the aged floor, which creaks pitifully in response. She closes the door in your room with no small amount of force, so it slams. The foundations of the old creaking sanitarium seeming to groan from it. In your nurse's absence, you know not what to do. Not immediately, at least. You sit in your room, in your bed, for a few moments, almost marveling in how thin and lumpy the mattresses are. You glance at your legs, obscured by thin and faintly dirty sheets. You cannot see your legs, but you can see the sheets are distended. On your right side, a shallow hillock, which suggests your legs has been constrained in some sort of cast. You're momentarily tempted to peel the sheet back and examine your leg, so to verify everything your nurse told you. But you can just freeze in the mid-air, splayed like the legs of a spider. Do you really want to see what sort of state your lower body is in? You must have injured your leg quite severely, if your parents saw it fit to send you away to this strange sanitarium. You are unsure whether you want to confront the truth right now. And, in any event, your leg scarcely hurt at all. It is your head, instead, which is pounding. And the lingering scent of nicotine hardly helps. Why, you wonder? Did your nurse have a stub her cigarette out on the earth floor? That can't be hygienic. You're certain she must have violated some sort of rule. Perhaps you can think of a doctor. You can tell a doctor about it later. Perhaps you can tell a doctor about it later, provided there are any doctors present to see you. So far, you've only seen your nurse. But you've only been at the sanitarium for 1 day. There must be other members of the staff to talk to. Other nurses, other doctors. If your nurse is eccentric overseer, this Dr. Goodwin will even pay you a visit to him. Ensure things are ticking all over, and the patients are all being well treated. Or poorly treated, as the case may be given. The mission statement of this place seems to put discomfort on a pedestal. Still, you cannot imagine even a strange establishment like this would turn a blind eye to smoking in a patient's room. You will tell the doctor about this tomorrow. Perhaps a new nurse will be sent to take care of you. Yes, you think. Small sigh. That's what you will do. You will see it to it tomorrow. It is still early. The guy outside your filthy bedroom window is a weak, wan blue, which you're awfully tired. Sorry. You do not think much of your nurse. In fact, you rather dislike her. Something she said did stay with you. She told you to rest. Said she wouldn't recover without it. She might not have had a point. You must lie and allow your body to a chance to slowly recover. It is with this thought that you lie down, the cover is cool against your skin, your hair splayed against your yellow tarnished pillow. Your eyes fall shut, the scent of nicotine hanging in the air like incense. But before sleep claims you, a sudden thought occurs to you. Your nurse might have been holding a cigarette, but she never did take a drag from it. She kept her surgical mask on the whole time, and never tried to remove it. Why is that? You wonder if there is some sort of significance to this particular detail. But you haven't the wherewithal to wonder for much longer. Sleep slowly steals upon you, even more potential than the small cigarette smoke. With a small, soft sigh, you succumb. You wake early the following morning to the tweeting of so many starlings on the about of the trees beyond your bedroom window. You're unsure for how long you slept. You cannot see any clocks in your room, but you feel more well rested than you did the day prior. Slightly more alert. The ache in your head has subsided somewhat, and you feel sharper for it. The unpleasant smell of rot still remains, of course, coupled with the lingering fung of your nurse's cigarette smoke, but you can bear it with it well enough. You might be a lady, though you don't feel much like one, but you are not a little girl. You are stronger than people keep you credit for. And you've always been strong-willed. Obstinate, even. Why your parents were always telling you to ride Apollo, not to ride Apollo, that is the name of your beloved horse, so often as you did, the grounds that you did not listen. Nobody's ever been able to tell you what to do. You've always been a law upon yourself. You've always been a law unto yourself. Your hair, loose and streaming across your shoulders. Your shoes forever muddy from your forays into the forest. Your mother might touch when you trampled into the house, traipsing dirt behind you, and she would ask you what in the world you had been doing, gallivanting out like a lady. Do you want Godiva? Naturally, you would smile at your mother and tell her not to be silly, that you were nothing like Lady Godiva. You, at least, did not go riding your beloved horse stark naked. Yes, you can remember all this now. These details about your past life, once forgotten, taken from you in your head like a jigsaw puzzle. The holes in your head have been filled. Nooks and crannies in your mind, stuffed full of memories. But even then, you still cannot remember your name. That is aggravating. What a bother. You remember your mother, a silly, easy, startled woman, reminds you of an ostrich, and your father, a red, rotund figure forever, with a cigar in one hand, cannot remember you. Your memories are a blur. But you are sure you will recall who you are in due time. You need only wait for it. That is what your nurse told you last night, at least. But you've never been very good at waiting for things. You've always been far too impertinent. You used to drive your poor governess to distraction. You used to drive your poor governess to distraction when you still had one. You made her cry on more than one occasion, and you are certain you put a pin into her shoes several times. My goodness, you really were naughty. Is it any wonder that your parents sent you to a sanitarium like this to recuperate? Doubtless. They're hoping it would knock some humility into you. Perhaps this is meant to be a punishment. Then is that why your name insisted on... Your nurse insisted on smoking around you? You look at the memento your nurse has left behind. You left behind during her last visit. The cigarette bent back on the ground. And your nose wrinkles. You cannot stand smoking. You think it's a dirty habit. Oops. Did your father give your nurse permission to do this? You will have to speak with the doctor about it. Such conduct is unacceptable. You are sure that you will see a doctor in due time. So you're awake already, are you? Good. That saves me the trouble of needing to stir you. But you're grossly disappointed by the woman who wishes you a good morning. It seems not a self-important pompous doctor. Neither is. It is not a self-imposed pompous doctor. Neither is it the eccentric benefactress of his institution, the one called Dr. Godwin. It is the same nurse who tended to you yesterday, though tended does not seem like quite the right word. Tended implies degree of care that your nurse did not offer you. There absolutely nothing tender about her. She's cold instead and hard, and seemed like a night's rest has done little to soften the sharp, jagged edge of your caretaker. If anything, the nurse seemed even colder than she did yesterday. An immovable pillar of salt. Your skin looks alarmingly shallow in early morning light. You took note of this and this prior day. Your nurse's ghoulish appearance is even more pronounced than it before. You cannot help but think, as you observe your nurse, that she is rather like the room. Why? She's like the room. Why is she? Why are you not conversing? Your room is in an awful state. The floorboards warped, wallpaper peeling, and your nurse matches the general molasses of his tree, whatever that says. She looks so very derelict herself. You can easily imagine she was born within this room, that she will die within this room. Your nurse is unhealthy, eerily pale, just like a corpse. Her skin is paper white, which makes the bags under her eyes stand out all the more than every other would. Deep down, and like twin bruises. She looks so very disheveled, you almost feel sorry for her. Or at least, you would if her unnerving appearance did not tend to shiver down your spine. You shrink away from the nurse when she enters the room. Rejection, which she, of course, notices. Sorry. She does not seem especially perturbed by your body language, however. She simply scoffs and says, "So much for being a lady." Not very polite. Crispy, you tell the nurse that you have never cared about manners, and you never wanted to be a lady either. You've always found your child uncomfortably restraining. Well, I don't know. I don't much wish to be. I didn't want much being born just in poverty. The nurse says, arcly, yet that was still my life. a lot in life. And I had to make the most of it. We can't always be have what we can. What we want. Of course. You are well aware of this. You are not a child. You don't wish to be languishing in a sanitarium with a broken leg, yet here you are. Yes, indeed, here you are. Though I wish you would not use such melodramatic language. You are hardly languishing. I am taking care of you, though heaven knows I don't get paid enough for it. Why I don't get paid at all. I'm doing this solely out of the goodness of my heart, if you don't believe it at all. If you can't believe that at all, not don't. If you can't believe that at all, I can't read English words at all. She had to be skeptical. You cannot believe it. Your nurse is so dried out and desiccated. You find it hard to imagine a creature like her has a heart at all. A creature like me, eh? Your nurse echoes. There's a pause and then... Oh well. Treat yourself. I can tell that you're in a bad mood this morning. Oops. That's funny, coming from her. But I will not wash your hands for you. Wash my hands of you. It's still my job to help you, whatever you want, whether you want it or not. Let's see if you can get out of that bed since you claim. Now let's see if you can get out of bed. As you claim you have been left to languish, that thief. Languish. That might bring some color back into your cheeks. Your nurse lets your cigarette drop to the ground. She speaks, though she only just lit it. The cigarette is not yet burned down. She stops it out regardless, crushing beneath the sole of her boot. You watch as she grinds the last sparks of life out of her cigarette. And as she does, you frown. Isn't that a waste? I suppose so, your nurse says, with a careless shrug. Well, the world is full of it. We waste a lot of things. Time and money, and even our own lives. The fate of a single cigarette is hardly worth worrying about. Yeah, you know that. And it is not as though you were worrying. You simply thought, given that her claims she had been born into adjacent poverty, she would care a little more about burning money. No? What is this? The nurse asks, her voice wryly amused. Don't tell me that you're worrying about me. No, you reply stiffly. You won't tell her that. Why would you, when it would be a lie? You're simply making an observation. No, I see. I see how it is. The nurse says calmly. Well, let me make an observation in turn. You're being a selfish, ungrateful little bitch. But that is fine. I'm accustomed to dealing with difficult patients. Yet, Oh, and it's all part of the job. I can't English words yet. I'm good. Now come here. Your nurse approaches, then hooks an arm around your shoulder. Your nurse approaches, then hooks an arm around your shoulder. You shudder at their sudden, unexpected closeness and try to pull away, but you're unable to get very far. Your nurse holds onto you, clinging to you as intimidatingly as your own shadow, as close and as cloyed as a nightmare. She looks at you coolly, her tone reprimanding, and she says, "Stop screaming, you stupid girl. I'm trying to help you. You do want to get back into your feet, don't you?" Well, of course you do. But you resent being called a stupid girl. And I couldn't give a damn. If you act stupid, I'll call you stupid. Is what you deserve? No, you want to tell her your nurse the stupid part isn't what really makes you uncomfortable, though you suppose it's mildly irritating. It's being called a girl, which really chafes you. You can't explain why exactly, but the word does not sit right with you. It makes you feel smaller than you are, and insignificant. Though you feel plenty small and insignificant as it is, with your nurse trying to help you stand. After some finagling, she's finally able to manage it. But you are unsure whether this operation has been woefully successful. Though your left leg flares well enough, a thin spike of pain soon pierces your right. Your toes curl and you hiss from the sharp, unexpected agony of it. Your teeth clasp together, your whole body trembling, while sweat begins to bead upon your brow. Prior complaining of languishing in bed, you would far rather languish than endure the agony of trying to stand on a leg which has been badly broken. It hurts a lot, so much so the word hurt seems almost inappropriate. The world is not big enough. There are not enough syllables. I cannot hope to communicate even a tenth of the current suffering. But your nurse does not let you slump back on bed. Instead, she holds you steady, whispering words of affirmation in your ear, her voice dry and rustling, just like autumn leaves. Good, good. You really are making wonderful progress. Your leg was in such an awful state when you first came here. I had initially expected that it would take far longer than for you to be able to support yourself. One does not like to dwell too much on this macabre. That is funny, given her nurse is, well, a nurse. But your leg was positively mangled when you arrived. Mangled? Yes, indeed. You broke it so badly in such an angle that your bone was protruding from your flesh. I thought you would need to stay in bed for at least 2 weeks in order to give your leg a chance to heal. That's interesting. Perhaps it's for the best thing you didn't let your morbid curiosity get the better of you yesterday then, and you didn't try to examine your leg as it lay swaddled beneath your sheets. Though it seems unlikely that you would have been able to see the white bone protruding from your skin. It is a cast, after all. That answers the question, however. If your nurse thought it would take 2 weeks for your injured leg to heal, why did she suggest that you try to stand upon it today? That almost seems to run contrary to your recovery. Unless she was hoping to make things even worse. Of course I wasn't. I just wanted to see whether you could bear your weight upon it. You have been in the sanitarium for several days now. Several days? That's strange. You recall waking only yesterday. Unless you've been here for longer than that. Well done, Nurse remarks dryly. Yes, you are correct in your assumption. You've been here for much longer than you think. But you were unconscious from the pain. That and the medication I've been administering to you. You only woke up yesterday. Yesterday? Makes sense, I suppose. If you've been here for much longer than you think. That raises yet another question. How long have you been here? Long enough for you to be able to stand, obviously. Though I doubt you would be able to stand unaided. You'll probably need to lean on me for a time being. I'm sure that must frustrate you given how stubborn you are. Knows you well. Perhaps too well. Why did you have an opportunity to glean so much information about you? Try not to pay it too much heed. As your nurse, it is my job to support you. You may lean on me as much as you would like. Though, that being said, my shoulder is beginning to feel somewhat numb. Perhaps I ought to set you back down, or else I might end up in a hospital bed next. Your nurse's voice is cool, but you sense something pointed in her tone. Is she teasing you? You bristle against the nurse's insinuations. How could her shoulder be going numb already? You don't weigh that much. You do think, grudgingly, that she may have a point. Your broken leg is throbbing uncomfortably. You stand, but not without spikes of pain going through the right side of your body, shooting up from your soul like lightning. You wonder whether this is how the poor unfortunate mermaid felt in that fairy tale. Was she not condemned to a cruel fate? Of feeling every single footstep on the land like a knife, having into her unprotected soul? Feels somewhat similar. So much so, it's almost enough to make you wonder whether you have always been a human yourself. You feel so clumsy on your feet, even with the nurse there to steady you. It does not seem too far-fetched to imagine that you might once have been a mermaid. You cannot remember whether you were good swim or not. You don't have memories of floating in large lakes in her parents' garden. Much of your mother's chagrin, of course. Perhaps you could swim then. You swim then. Might get along better in the water than you do on dry land. Your every footstep agony. Sweat beating like bullets in your brow. You try to breathe and you almost regret it. And still smell the fung of cigarette smoke. Faint and undoubtedly present. The smoke unfurls inside your nostrils. It curdles within your stomach. Just like spoiled milk. You start sweating. Your eyes squeeze shut. Tears beating in the corner of your eyes. Unbidden as coughs and sputters retch your way out of you. Your nurse listens to you. Nope. One eyebrow raised and says, "Oh dear." Which doesn't sound all that sympathetic. Clicks your tongue and then says, "I'll sit you down. I think you've had quite enough excitement for one day." Part of you wants to argue with your nurse, but you don't have the energy for that. You know, though you wish you didn't, that she's right. Why bother being difficult? You let your nurse lie you back on your bed, which is narrow as a coffin. The sheets thin and uncomfortably stained. Your nurse tucks you in and says, "That was plenty of progress for one day. You can resume tomorrow. seem quite hard-headed, and girls like you are always the first to get better. I have faith in you. Or perhaps I should say, I have faith in that nasty, self-serving personality of yours. Nasty and self-serving? Doesn't sound like the sort of thing nurse should say. It isn't very professional. You tell your nurse as much. You might feel wary, but you have just enough wherewithal to try and argue against her diagnosis. She smiles in response. You think. Or at least, you think she does. Bitch, do it, haha lol. And it's hard to tell, given that she's wearing that surgical mask. Above that obstructive stripe of fabric, however, you think you see your nurse's red eyes soften, albeit slightly. It was meant to be a compliment, I assure you. Was it now? It's a strange sort of compliment. Why, of course, it takes one to know one, after all. And I've always preferred nasty, self-serving girls over one who's simpler. They are much more amusing to tease and torment. Oh, good. Because that doesn't sound at all sinister. About your eyes, though, you feel so tired that it is a wonder you have energy for such a gesture of defiance. And your nurse titters. You still cannot see her face, but you are sure of what expression she is making now beneath her mask. She must be smiling. If I'm not at least a little bit sinister, then I'm not doing my job properly. I am a nurse, you know. And are all nurses, you ask her, meant to be sinister? To an extent, I'm sure. Anyone who has the capacity to stick a syringe into you ought to be a little bit unnerving. Don't you think? Well, not even you can argue with that. She does have a point. I know I do. I wouldn't have said so otherwise. I have several other pointed objects I can stick inside you. At your own discretion. At my own discretion, if you think my words are sharp, and you've not seen anything yet. Hey, yo? Tiredly, you tell your nurse that you do not believe her, but you have no real desire to get stuck through with anything sharp. You just want to go to sleep. Well, that is your prognosis. Prerogative. I will see you later, my little patient. Do your best to get better, if that is what I should say, your nurse. Nurse says, eyes half-lidded. However, if you were to remain here just a little bit longer... Yes. What if you were to remain? Never mind. Nurse replies, after an ominous pause. Good night. You do not bother to tell your nurse that it is not nighttime. That it is still light outside. There's no point to it. Time seems to lose all meaning in this sanatorium. It passes by too slowly at times, and too quickly at others. It fits and starts, which leave you feeling nauseous. Or perhaps that is simply the ever-present fung of cigarette smoke. You do not think that it is nighttime, at least, but you cannot say for sure the window of your room is so covered in grime. It's hard to tell where the sun sits in the sky, or whether the sun sits in the sky at all. Your room is cast in a near constant shade of gray, no matter the hour. A gloomy pall, which makes you feel rather like you are an ever-present attendant at a funeral. The only question is, whose funeral is this? Yours? Your nurse leaves with the customary creak of the floorboards, Out at the door, you spy her lighting up another cigarette before she leaves. The smoke trails along behind her like a shroud. She departs with red and orange sparks, just like a witch. The unpleasant smell of nicotine lingering in the air. There's nothing. Time passes in a mysterious way. It seems to dilate and then contract. In the weeks, if indeed it has been weeks, which follow. Your time is unfixed, as it is your place in the world. You wake sometime at your nurse's behest, and sometimes on your own. She checks up on you, and she eases you from your bed, supports you in your living, supports you, your living walking stick, as you shamble gracefully around the room. Your room is very small. It might be even smaller than a prison cell, and you feel like a caged beast as you lumber around in a body which refuses to listen to you. There is something maddening about how incredibly clumsy you have become, especially when you once were able to scale a tree in your parents' garden like a monkey. In the past, you never would have even had an issue walking a circuit around a cell like this. Now, however, every few shuffles, footsteps you make you are liable to make you feel breathless. Sweat begins to prickle on your brow, and your skin turns red from the effort of it all. The unpleasant, meaty sort of redness which fades to a porridge-like hues once the nurse lets you lie down again. For weeks, it has been weeks, you struggle on like this, waging war against your own body. You do not leave your room, and neither, curiously enough, do you think of leaving. You are remembering more and more about your past every day, bits and pieces floating around your consciousness like driftwood. You remember your servants and how you used to goad them into playing games with you, especially the stable boy, who could not resist a chance to prove himself superior when it comes to scaling trees. You remember your former governess and how you would drive her into fits by pretending supreme ignorance, cocking your head and saying, What? When she asked you to recite your French verbs. You even remember Justine, not that there is much to recall about her, a girl about your age, of a similar social standing. You visit her only a handful of times, but she still made an impression, if only because of how startling insipid she was. You remember rallying with a sort of fervency that she would never become a lady like that. One so reliant upon your maids, you could hardly dress yourself. You are recalling a lot. Despite all your progress, you still cannot recall your own name. It is maddening, this ignorance about who you are which dogs you still, that you do not allow yourself to succumb to your despair. You will get better. You have to. Then, you will remember, you will return home, walking on both your legs, and you will confront your parents. I think your leg is gone. My theory is your leg is fucking gone. I guess the right leg's gone, and you just... whoop! You will snap at them, even if it's unladylike, and you will ask them what they were thinking. Why did they send you to this sanitarium? Of all places. Surely they could have afforded something better. It is an insult, and your nurse will not stop lighting cigarettes in your presence, though she never smokes them. What in the world is wrong with her? You wonder. This from time to time. More even than you would wonder who you are. But you are unsure whether you want to know the answer. You have the uncomfortable feeling that there is something strange about the nurse. Some great secret she's hiding from you beneath her red eyes and her surgical mouth. But she not probe. You do not have the energy to ponder the secret, not when your own name remains mystery to you. The days pass you by regardless, as they always do, and though you are frustrated at your slow progress, at least you are making progress. That is something to be celebrated, at least. Your nurse seems to agree with this assessment. For one gray and gloomy morn, but all morns are gray and gloomy here, he says, I think you're well and true on the mend. Your leg has not been acting up, has it? In truth, your leg has been paining you, mostly at night when you are trying to sleep, but you are now so desperate to recover that you hurry to nod your head. That's what I thought. It seems your condition has been stabilizing somewhat. After our strength training, so perhaps I will see fit to give you a reward. What sort of reward? I thought that we might go for a turn to the garden. How does that sound? You stare at your nurse, your eyes widen and eager. Will she finally let you escape your dark, dreary bedroom? You feel as though you've been consigned indoors for far too long, like a sunflower shut in the dark. You have begun to languish, to wither away into nothing at all. The promise of going outdoors, of feeling the sunlight on your skin, is a tantalizing one. What if your nurse is simply toying with you? You aren't sure if you can trust her, but... Yes, to the garden. Do you want to step outdoors? Your nurse says. Of course it will take more than a single step, but I'll help you with you. You will have to walk further than you have if you want to go outdoors, but it should be good training. It will aid your recovery quicker if you can spend more time on your feet. Though, of course, if you think it would be too much strain, you can always refuse. Your nurse raises a brow as she speaks. You cannot see her lips. The lower half of her face is, as always, obscured. But you are certain that she's smiling. No! Smirking at you. You know your nurse is mocking you, and it is which prompts you into action. You force yourself up and out of bed, though you almost stumble in process. You tell her, of course, you'll be going to the garden. You're sick and tired of being shut indoors. You do not deserve at least. Do you not deserve at least a taste of freedom? How feisty, your nurse says, one eyebrow still raised. What you deserve has yet to be seen. But you ask me, only good girls who work hard are worthy of rewards. Such as going into the garden? Yes. You understand. Now are you coming? Of course you are. That was never in question. Very well, then. Come along. Do take care when you walk through the hallway. The floor is rough, and there are a few holes. I would not want you to fall through the foundation of the building. Holes? Surely that can't be safe. Did I ever say it was? The nurse replies, archly amused, which is fair, you suppose. Your nurse might not have been the best bedside manners, but she was yet to tell you an outright lie. Outright lie, not any that you recognize at least. Your nurse lets her unsmoked cigarette fall to the ground amidst the carcasses of its fallen brethren. Then she grins beneath her heel. She inclines her head and proffers her arm, like just as a gallant might. Shall we be off? She does not need to ask you twice. You take your nurse's arm, though you feel somewhat abashed by having to rely on her so much. Then let her lead you to the hallway. You stumble into an unfamiliar corridor. You have never seen before, a space which is even more dismal, if that can be believed, than your bedroom. There's more peeling paper on the hallway, though it looks oddly blackened, signed by the wainscoting. The floor is made of warped wood, and true to your nurse's warning, there are holes in it. Yawning voids which have been eaten away, as if by some almighty maw. The windows are stained black, with soot, maybe? And one of the windows you passed was shattered completely, letting in the lukewarm breeze. Well, at least it isn't a cold day. This hallway is awfully dismal, yet the sky outside, past the empty window pane, looks blue enough, and very bright. The sun is out, and you sigh as you pass the ruined window. The sunlight feels good on your skin. There's something soothing about it. When the last time you felt the sun's light on your face? When was the last time you felt the sun's light on your face? You cannot remember. It feels as though it was a very, very long time ago, indeed. You've been shut up in the sanitarium for too long. But, for the same token, it feels you have been here for hardly any time at all. Time is playing tricks on you again. It shifts, dilutes, and undulates just like water. Is it possible to take hold of it? It's even more impossible to perceive. You cannot see what form time takes, how many days it has stolen from you, but you can feel your nurse's supportive arm about your shoulder, and this helps ground you. You lean against her heavenly as you walk, taking care to avoid gaping holes in the wooden floors, step over them gingerly, and as you do, a sudden burst of pain knifes through your right leg. You wince, though you wish you wouldn't. You don't want the nurse to pity you, and there's stills. She looks at you, then says, "Are you alright?" Naturally, you nod your head. You're fine. Are you sure? I feel this might be too taxing on your body. Are you sure you can still keep up? Keep going? I can't read English words. You tell the nurse you'll be fine. Doesn't need to worry. You want to go to the garden. You are sure you can endure it. Nobody knows your own body better than you. Really, no. How strange. I thought that knowing your body was my job. But if you are so sure... Yes, you tell her forcefully. You are sure. You're fine. Didn't she herself say that you were nasty and self-serving, was it? Yes, that's right. I did say that, didn't I? Yes, you did. Well, you can add stubborn to that list. You can tell her. You tell her. Because you aren't one to give up. Not so easily. You've already taken so many steps out of your room. You can't turn back now. Otherwise, what would be the point of all of this? Yes, I see what you mean. You know, says, I would not wish to rob you of a job well done, so... Alright. Let us keep going. Relief floods you clear. And cool. Relief floods you, clean and cool. The moment these words leave your nurse's mouth, you feel so thrilled, you could very well kiss her. Not that you would, of course. Right? You would never. You're not that desperate, are you? Not that you tell yourself, at least. Yet you cannot suppress your gasp of joy when you finally reach the destination. There's a door inlaid into the wall, a door which has been torn open, which leads into the garden. Thrown open. Not thrown up, torn. Thrown open. The garden is as green and grassy as you have dreamt, perhaps, to an excessive degree. There is too much grass in this garden. So much so it juts out at all angles. All the way past your ankles. The grass is in dire need of a trim. And the hedgerows all over. The hedgerows are all overgrown. There's an old fountain in the garden, but it no longer runs. The stone basin of the fountain is filled with weeds, possibly choked with them. There is a plinth in the middle of the fountain, on which a half-naked Grecian woman stands. Blue, white, lichen sprouts between her sandal shoes. She holds a pot top on one shoulder, from which cool jets of water must have poured. I thought she was dry as a bone now, however, and the Grecian lady has not fared well. She is missing half her head. There's something dismissal about this courtyard, something decidedly tragic. The garden is hemmed in on one side by crumbling red brick walls and sanatorium, and it is littered with detritus, loose tiles fallen from the roof, and trees toppled in thunderstorms, and what might very well be missing half of the Grecian lady's head. As far as the garden goes, it is something of a disappointment, though you have the faint feeling that you recognize this place. There's something familiar about the shape of the fountain, about the overgrown fig trees, about the clusters of what you assume were once roses, which are now more thorn and flower. You are sure you have seen this garden before. As overgrown, overrun, tangled with strangeness of the miscallious, which might trip you in these glorious days, when the hedges were neat and flowers with cared for. There's something familiar about it. A memory stirs within you, beneath the surface of your consciousness. So what do you think? It makes a nice change for your room, don't you think? But then your nurse speaks, and this memory fades. You try to grasp at it. It's slithering between your fingers, just like scales of a slippery fish. You cannot hold on to it. It has lost you, lost the void. But your nurse is right about one thing. This garden, however, dilapidated, I can't read words, does make a nice change for your room. There's something reassuring about it. Actually, when you feel the warmth of the sun's light bursting in your skin. Rushing your skin, not bursting. You sigh from the pleasure of it. A pleasure so great that it seems to overtake the pain of your right leg. Your nurse's red eyes soften. Good. I thought you might like it. That is why I brought you here. I'm unsure initially whether you would be able to make it on all the way to the garden, even with your help. Even with my help. Well, Encounter, it was very foolish of her. She must not know who you are. Does she really think that you would let a silly little broken leg keep you from doing what you want? I suppose not. That is not the sort of girl you are. You've always been such a difficult patient. But I believe I've told you once before that I happen to like difficult patients. Yes, she has told you as much. Did she not say she liked difficult patients because she enjoyed breaking them down? Indeed. It's one of my more unsavory habits. Your nurse says, her voice furtive, a little shifty. You let on to this. You cannot help but be curious. You ask her what other unsavory habits she has. Is lighting cigarettes. She does not intend to smoke one of them. That and making me my patient cry. I could be awful really, when the mood strikes me. Your nurse says lightly. Though I am in a good mood today. And why is that? Who knows? Perhaps it is the sun, or perhaps I simply like seeing you smile. Here, you scoff. You think that sounds supremely unlikely, given all her talk about how she likes tormenting others. Yes, I suppose it must seem unlikely. Nurse says, her voice vague, to you. I would not expect you to understand. But you've always been special to me. Always? For as long as I have known you, at least. Ever since you were admitted to the sanitarium, she means. What else would I mean? That is what you were asking. Well, don't. There are some questions you would better off not knowing the answer to. Now, you stay here. I'm going to fetch something for you. What something? Nothing sinister. I only wish to reward you for your hard work. Now hang tight, and I won't be a minute. You think this might most likely a lie. You imagine your nurse will be gone for much longer than a minute. But you do not care. You've slowly become accustomed to your nurse's company, to the point where speaking to her seems almost natural. You have been sleeping a lot lately, but you seem only to wake in your nurse's company. Sometimes it feels as though she is the only real thing in the world, but you will cease to exist without her. An occurrence when you hover in the mutable divide between sleep and wakefulness. You can almost bring yourself to believe that you are not real at all, that you are not flesh and blood. You're nothing more than a figment of your nurse's imagination, a dream which can only be witnessed when you are in her company. You wonder if you will blip out of existence the moment she departs, if you will fade after she sets you down in the grass, as if you were never there at all. But this is nothing more than an idle musing. It just leaves you amongst the tall grass and the gorse, and you do not disappear. You remain as corporeal as ever, hard and firm, just like the Grecian lady, missing half her head. So, you're not a hallucination, after all. But of course you already knew that. If you were a hallucination, would you have the cognitive ability to wonder whether you were an hallucination in the first place? You are much too advanced to be hallucination. You need to think harder. Think, Ezra. Ezra? Is that your name? You cling to that name. You cling to your name, or the shard of your name. Jealous, as if it is a precious gem. You hold it close to your heart, letting its sharp edges lacerate you. Z is such a pointed letter. While you wait for your nurse's return. You sit there in the grass, surrounded by weeds, and as you do, you ponder. The nurse told you that this place is a sanatorium, and in the beginning, you did not doubt her. Sounded so assured when you delivered these lines, you could not even begin to imagine she was lying. You did not see any patients as your nurse led you through the hallway. You did not see any doctors either. The doctor that you initially wished to complain to about medical malpractice. You haven't seen any other nurses. You haven't seen any staff at all. Even if this sanatorium is running on a skeletal crew, you would expect there to be a few servants at the very least. Gardeners to trim the grass in the courtyard, and a handyman to repair the broken window in the hallway. Can this really be a real medical establishment, given the state that it's in? Why, the hallway was riddled with holes. And there on the roof, overhead, you can see more holes. Tile was dislodged from the roof, which has shattered into pieces on the unforgiving ground below. Something isn't right here. Maybe there has never been anything right out here. You're fast to doubt that there is real sanitarium. But if this is not a sanatorium, then who is your nurse? What relation is she to you? And what does she want from you? You're busy pondering when your nurse returns, the lower half of her face still obscured by her mask. In one hand, she holds a hamper, and there's a blanket strung along her arm. A soft, checkered thing, black and white, like a giant chessboard. Your nurse arranged this blanket on the ground, amidst all the tall grass and the stinging nettles. Your nurse sits on the blanket gracefully, her long legs unfurling beneath her. Then, through half-lidded eyes, she examines your amusedly. Well? You want a treat? She says, her voice sensuous. You're such a good girl. You rail against this descriptor, which feels so ill-fitting, too small for you, and uncomfortably scatchy. You've half a mind to tell your nurse that you don't do anything she asks, not if she insists on calling you a girl. This is the thing. Oh, I see. I get it now. I was like, where's the misgender gonna happen? This is the misgendering that's happening, I guess. We're transmasc, I'm assuming, is what's happening, right? That's when the misgendering was. I was wondering when that misgendering was coming into the game. Is this it? This makes sense? Maybe? We'll find out. But your stomach rumbles, rather notably, too. And the nurse tutters. That's not your body, what it wants. Come and sit beside me. Come. You hesitate for a few moments, but ultimately obey. If you have no choice. You cannot say no to the nurse. There is something mesmerizing about her. Something hypnotic. You can feel her luring you in, and like a moth, you find yourself drawn to the little flesh she exudes. Take your seat upon the blanket, free from the tall grass and the stinging nettles, while she nods approvingly. Very good. Now, come. The nurse reaches one long gloved arm into the wicker basket, then procures from it a bowl full of strawberries. Red, jewel-like things, all sparkling sprinkled with sugar. Takes one of these precious gems between her thumbs and forefinger, and dips it in a small bowl of cream, all soft, white, peaked, just like clouds. Then she holds the strawberry out to you. The strawberry, undoubtedly delicious. Its rounded surface positively seems to throb in sunlight. But still, you eye it with such trepidation. Is it really safe to eat? Why wouldn't it be safe? I promise not poisonous. Why would I wish to harm you when you are my own patient? You're not sure about that. You cannot say. But you also don't know why she insists upon lighting her cigarette in your company. Well, that, nurse says with a careless shake of her glove. Don't be so curious. He doesn't like you. Anyway, a bit of cigarette never hurts anybody. Now come here, come. I'm going to argue with the nurse's careless comment. You rather think that smoke can be dangerous, especially if lingers in long quantities. But your stomach gives another sad, pathetic little gurgle. You don't necessarily trust your nurse. You fear she is being a bit too nice to you. But you are hungry. You didn't have any breakfast this morning, and you would like to eat something substantial. Not that strawberries have much substance to them, you suppose. Still, they should be better than nothing. You do entertain unsettling notion of the strawberry being laced with cyanide, of your stomach tying itself into knots upon your while your body begins to convulse. But to your surprise, the strawberry pinched between your nurse's gaunt fingers, tastes ripe, full, and sweet. Peaks and white cream which daub it which of it only serve to enhance the flavor, as does the sugar sprinkle on top of it. It might not be bad after all. See? Your nurse says, soundingly triumphant, once you swallow. What did I tell you? There's nothing wrong with the strawberries. Now come on, dear. Eat up. There are plenty more where they came from. And even have a bit of quiche and some elderflower wine. I think it should go down rather nicely after you have been consuming all the hospital food. Your recovery has been going so well. You deserve to celebrate it. You have worked hard for this, so savor it. It might very well prove to be one of your last meals here in this institution, before you are allowed to leave. A last meal? This is awfully ominous. Does that mean this something of a last supper then? Yes, I suppose. Now come, eat. You oblige, now that you know the strawberries aren't drizzled with something suspicious. Your nurse takes another jewel from the strawberry between your fingers, blood red against her white gloves, and holds it aloft. Here you are. Say, You oblige, feeling a touch silly as you do so, a touch self-conscious. The faintest of blushes spreads across your cheeks as you take the strawberry in your mouth. You feel your nurse's gloved fingers brush against your lips, and you shudder from it. There's something almost uncomfortably intimate about your touch. You're not sure why exactly, but it sends small thrills down your spine. A sudden spike of sensation which should not be there. You have no fond feelings towards your nurse. In fact, you find her rather disagreeable. But it feels hard to hate her when she is being like this. It feels almost as if her marble hardness during her earlier checkups was all an act, as though she was presenting herself as an aloof, stoic figure to hide her true feelings. What are her true feelings, however? Does she really care for you? It is hard to tell. Her surgical mask obscures so much of her face. You cannot say what her lips are doing, whether they are quirking upwards into a smile, or else if they are pursed together in distaste. But you get the feeling that your nurse continues to indulge you, that she is enjoying the quiet, intimate moment even more than you are. You continue to eat, the breeze stirring your hair, the hem of your nightgown, until your nurse stops. She sets the hamper aside, and smiling with her eyes, she says, That should be the last of the food. The strawberries and the quiche you ate quite heartily, too, not leaving a single crumb. I'm very proud of you. You must have been obedient. You've been so obedient, I worried you might spit it all back out just to spite me. Yet you've been just so well behaved, as any doll. Now, did you enjoy that treat, dear one? You frown. You're unsure about the sudden use of an epithet, but you cannot bring yourself to wholly hate it. Something within you flutters, like the wings of a butterfly, abashed by your nurse's sweet sentiments. Glance to one side. You feel a flush spread across your cheek, though you wish it would not. There's something embarrassing about it, something almost infantilizing. You feel demeaned by your own body, irate that it refuses to listen to you. But even then, you cannot deny that you appreciate your nurse's company. You nod your head, which is bowed beneath the sunlight, and you tell her how you feel. Good. I thought you might say that, says your nurse, her voice low and smooth like velvet. Now, you must be feeling weary after all that excitement. Would you like to rest your head? Mr. Where, you ask, with an innocent blink. Where do you think? Says your nurse, indicating her lap with her palm. It is open for you, if you so desire. You eye your nurse's lap with some trepidation, as if eyeing a pit full of venomous snakes. Your nurse is very skinny, her body almost eerily devoid of fat. She is tall alongside it, and alarmingly bony. She looks like a skeleton. You cannot imagine that her lap would be made for all that comfortable of a pillow. The idea isn't very appealing. But your nurse is right. You do feel tired after all that walking, and you would like to lie down. Your nurse's lap does not seem like the most comfortable pillow, but it is preferable to lying on your head down in the nettle, at least. You dither for a few moments, seized by indecision, and your nurse, seeing this, smiles. You might as well make the most of my service. As a nurse, it is my job to treat you. You're my patient, and so you ought to make use of me. That is what I am here for. It is a pleasant piece of sophistry, but it rings hollow when you consider the words the nurse spoke to you already. Did she not tell you, when you woke, that your sickness stripped away your humanity? She claims that, as you were not a human, you had no right to. Well, as for your right, did she not say your sickness maimed you? Made you less than? Why then does she care so much for your comfort? Of course I care, your nurse says, her red eyes unblinking. It is true that you are not fit. You are in no fit state to reintegrate into polite society. Not with your leg mangled as it is. But it does not mean I do not want you to integrate into society again. In fact, it is an opposite. I want only the best for you. I want to please you. So you might as well take this moment to rest while you can. Your treatment shall be even more intense in the future. You have led a charming life in this sanitarium, but you will eventually recover. Then, you'll have to leave. You'll face the outside world without me. So until that fateful moment, you might as well enjoy my company while you can. You look at your nurse mutely, bemused. Your nurse has always sounded cold in your prior dealings and clipped, but now you sense a peculiar emotion throbbing beneath your words. Something like sorrow, maybe. Will she be sorry to see you go? In a sense, I suppose I am always sad when any of my patients recover. I, nurse, have been redundant, you know. A nurse becomes redundant, you know. When she has nobody to heal, I derive my worth from the sick people who require my aid. Once they recover, I will no longer have a purpose. I will be shunted into the shadows again, like a corkscrew once a last bottle of champagne has been opened. We nurses exist for one purpose and one purpose alone. We exist to make the sick unhealthy. Sick healthy. That's how it works. Make the sick healthy. I can't read the words. Sorry. You give me my purpose in that sense. I suppose I could say that you complete me in a sense. I rely upon you. Your nurse looks at you, her eyes hooded, cold and clever, like a falcon's. You cannot see your nurse's mouth, but you imagine she is smiling as she says, "But you are relying upon me right now to help you get better. We are in a mutually beneficial relationship, that of giving and take. So you might as well take from me while you can. I do not mind giving. That is a role I must play." A role, you say, like a corkscrew? Yes, exactly. Like a corkscrew. I've heard it said that I am exceptional, sharp, and pointy. Well, you can't argue with that. You're thinking such the same thing. You laugh lightly at this, some of the tension between you dissipating. Then you decide to capitulate. Why not rest your head upon your nurse's lap? What have you to lose? You will recover soon enough, and then you needn't spend many more time in the sanitarium with this strange woman who smells of smoke. You will finally be able to leave while she will be... You blink as you lie back, with your head upon her lap, slotting it there like a piece of jigsaw. You look up at her, and ask her that fateful question. Will she be lonely when you recover and you leave? Lonely, your nurse asks. Her head's tilted. There's a pause, then... Perhaps I shall. Really? But what of the other patients in the sanitarium? How can she be lonely when there will always be an influx of new people to treat? You wonder whether the nurse will admit to her deception. But she will confirm that this place never was a sanitarium, and she never was a nurse, and there never were any other patients. But the nurse does not do this. Not content to drop her subterfuge, even until the last, your nurse says, yes, you're right. There are always new patients to treat, of course. I remember every single patient I have the privilege of treating. I recall all their moments together. All moments together. No matter how fleeting. In fact, one might argue it is the fleeting nature of these moments which makes them even more precious. Nothing can last forever, and yet... The nurse sighs. Their mask muffles most of the exhalation, and says, sometimes when I look at you, I do find myself wishing. Never does finish the statement, however, or perhaps you simply do not remain awake long enough to hear it. Your unconsciousness is already beginning to drift away. You thought that you would never be able to sleep, resting on your nurse's lap, which is just as bony as you feared. Your nurse's knees seem to jut out beneath her white skirt. They dig into your side just like a dentist's drill. So you wince. It's not exactly pleasant, but it is not unpleasant either. You cannot be unpleasant, for your consciousness is already beginning to fade. You drift off, your head resting on your nurse's lap, as if it's in a boat, buoying, and to and fro by the waves. Your consciousness deserts you, guttering out like the dying flames of a candle, like a stumped-out cigarette. You feel yourself drifting, buoyed on wings of silver sleep. On wings bring of sleep. But before you surrender yourself to oblivion, you are sure you hear your nurse rumble, "You silly thing. What in the world am I going to do with you?" This question, of course, is one that is doomed to remain unanswered. For the time being, at least. You sleep, and you sleep, and you sleep. And you do not wake up. And of course, you continue to sleep, as the world drifts away from you and your worldly consciousness. Once you don't rest, all begin to melt away. You know, though, you do not know. You know, though, you do not know how. You know, that no good will come from rousing yourself from this eternal dream. No good will come from opening your eyes. Ignorance, as they say, is bliss. And where you walk blissfully with your nurse, as she has sat with you in the grass, feeding you strawberries as your head rests upon her sharp, bony lap, that is not necessarily life you always wished to cling to, but it is the life you have become accustomed to. You remember bits and pieces of your past, really vaguely. I did not mean to press the space out there. Really vaguely, you might very well be observing them from afar, though, through a scrying glass, through a film of dreams. You do not even remember your name, not your full name at least. And you remember a fragment of it, a shard like a piece of ancient pottery. Ezra. You're Ezra, but by the same token, you are not Ezra. You are sure there's more to it than you that. You've forgotten who you are, what you are, and you're unsure as you dream whether you really wish to recall it. You fear that you might discover that if you were to open your eyelids so often you decide to sleep. A sense of self-preservation makes you doze, drift, dream. And in so doing, you need never open your eyes. You need never confront reality. You need not realize who you really are, nor who your nurse is. You need not discover the secrets behind this so-called sanatorium, which is not a sanatorium at all. You need not confront the conversation. You need to lie your comfort existence now hinges upon. You remain ignorant. In ignorance, you are happy. At least as happy as a corpse can be. Goodness, I would rather not interject with my own opinion, though fear of biasing the results. But this is rather disappointing. Excuse me, are you listening to me? I'm trying to be patient here, but you are making this rather difficult. You look here, listen to me, you silly little thing. You're not finished. You're not a fish, and you cannot consign yourself to the ocean's depths to absolve yourself of all your responsibilities. Now, aren't you going to wake up? But you eventually awake. It is inevitable that you would not, but you would, for nobody can sleep forever. However much you might wish for it, however much you might will it. Your eyelids flutter open, inevitably, inexorably. You expect upon waking, though, that you will find yourself in the shrubbery garden once more. Still lying in your nurse's lap. But to your surprise, you are no longer outdoors. You cannot feel the breeze upon your cheek, nor through your hair. When you blink, you find yourself looking at the shadows. Darkness presses down upon you, a darkness so thick and absolute it might very well be sludge, or sediments scraped from the bottom of the ocean. But there is light amongst, enough by which to see, which spills in through your window from the moon's glassy glow. You are back in your room, and it is late at night. You know not how much time has passed since you were in the garden with your nurse. Whether it has been hours, or days, or even weeks, that time has changed, as have you. You felt light when you were outdoors, basking beneath the sun's rays like a nymph. The worst of your sickness, slaughter, you're fortified. The strawberries and cream your nurse fed you, you felt as if you're in inevitable recovery, as well as triumph truly in your grasp. Now, however, you feel tired, bone tired, in fact, all the way down to your marrow. You're lying once more on your harsh, iron-backed bed. The bed is too small, like a coffin, and it constrains you. The darkness which surrounds you is oppressive. Thank goodness, you were asleep for hours. I was worried you'd given up on a little too much Valerian. I'd worried I'd given you too much Valerian. Slept so deeply, I thought you like the dead. I thought you really must have passed down. You didn't half give me a fright. You didn't half give me a fright. I can't read wrong. And the presence which stands by your bedside, staring down at you from the shadows, is ever more so. Your nurse is there, as she always seems to be during your waking hours, between daylight or dark. She is not holding a tray in one hand, however, as she often does when she visits you at night. Instead, she is clutching. What is she clutching? It's hard to see what she's holding in her slender, bony fingers, for it obscures in the shadows. In her other hand, however, you can see that she is holding a cigarette. That is not a surprise, of course. Not at this point. And this is always holding a cigarette. Though whether she smokes them is another matter. Why you ask your nurse tiredly? Does she always light cigarettes? She does not mean to smoke. Who is she trying to impress? I'm not trying to impress anybody. I'm not a child, desperate for approval. I'm a grown woman. Thank you very much. Then she lights the cigarette solely for the thrill of watching something burn. That's not a bad assessment. Perhaps you ought to be a nurse, not I. You're all suited for it. Quick-witted. That is one of the reasons why I liked you so much. Why, thank you, you tell her, your nurse. You're very flattered. But what is the meaning of this? What do you mean by Valerian? Ah, nothing to do, of course. I won't tell everything. I always do, in the end. But first, I had to offer you a few words of congratulations. Congratulations? Indeed, you are almost made a full recovery, as your turn of the garden ought to indicate. Soon you will be able to walk even greater distances unaided, and eventually you will no longer need me. My service will be redundant. You interrupt. The corkscrew you spoke of, one you stashed in the back of your drawer. And when you stash the back of a drawer, there's a brief pause. The nurse looks you over, her eyes narrowed, mouth scrupled, of course, behind your mask, and then... So you were listening to me. Of course you were listening. What else did you have in this awful place to listen to? She was your only companion. Yes, nurse says, with an acknowledging nod of her head. I suppose that's true. That's how I've always wanted it to be. It didn't seem to matter what I do to you, or how I try to isolate you. Like a phoenix to continue to rise from the fire, you simply cannot leave well enough alone. You are always trying to escape from me. But we have been through this before. Even if you don't remember, I cannot let you leave. I need you far too much. Your nurse approaches you as she speaks slowly, almost languidly. You see the fingers of her left hand flex, the hand which is not holding her smoldering cigarette. And it is only then you realize, in her other hand, no longer obscured by shadows, not fully at least, you're just holding a hammer. You gasp, then ask her past, your tongue which seems to have doubled in size, why in the world she seems to be holding a hammer. What is she talking about? I thought you might ask me that. You always do. Though I have to explain it to you so many times already. I have told you who I am and what my motives are more than I care to count. At this point, I have hoped that you might remember. But you can be awfully forgetful of these things, my dear. You remembered my silly metaphor about the corkscrew, but you can't retain any information of value. It all slides right out of your head like water through a sieve. I wonder if that is the Valerians' work too. Valerians. I don't know. That or perhaps it is the pain. I imagine it must hurt a lot having your legs broken so many times. And that would be the 4th, I think? The 5th. I can't remember, even I have lost count. Here nurse pauses. Looks you asking, then says, maybe I am a hypocrite for scolding you. It seems that I have begun to forget things too. What? You look at the nurse mutely, your heart beginning to throb with fear, your saliva thick and viscous as it catches in your throat. What did you mean? What I said, we have done this song and dance many times before. At this point, it is becoming almost cliché. But he wonders if I break your bones often enough, whether you will remember me. But the truth never seems to stick. Perhaps I am not breaking you down thoroughly enough. Perhaps I need to grind your bones down to fine powder, like broken glass, so that you will never be able to recover from your love, from my love for you. I will carve my affection into your body, For now until eternity. My love is more than strong enough to mutilate a person, especially a helpless young girl like you. You chafe once more, being called a girl. A helpless girl besides. But you know better than that to contradict your nurse. You're aware of the hammer in your hand, and you fear what pain she might inflict with it. What pain she has inflicted already. You swallow, your saliva tastes oddly unpleasant, thick in your mouth, as your nurse says, But if I were to ruin your lovely legs excessively, I fear you would never recover, and you would never be able to love me. I cannot be too hard with you. You are a lady after all, and I am no brute. I do not want to kill you. I just want to claim you. I will do that as many times as it takes until you no longer try to leave me. What? Once more you utter this single syllable, struck dumb from the absurdity of it all. What is your nurse talking about? What nonsense is this? You have no idea what she's talking about. Do you know it is not safe to stay here with her, not in this small enclosed room, which with its walls still sting of cigarette smoke? You try to shift away from her, your body large and lumbering, but it's all in vain. Your nurse preempted your attempt to escape. She has already taken pains to prevent it. Well, you slept in a drug-induced stupor. Your nurse was hard at work. She tied your arms to the metal headboard of your bed, tied them tight with a length of rope tight enough to bite into your flesh once you attempt to squirm away. You cannot free yourself from your bindings. Feared as you are, a pitiful insect pinned on a board, you can only stare at her stricken. You tremble, eyes wide with fright, as you examine the glinting hammer in the nurse's hand. What is it? What is to become of you now, when you cannot hope to pull away from her? What does she mean to do? I already told you. Nurse answers smoothly, coming to pause beside you. Once more, she lets her cigarette fall to the ground, once more she stomps it out beneath the heel of her boot, sensing it too quick, swift death. Then she presses the cold steel head of the hammer against your burning flesh, against your neck. Tip of your chin upwards with the curved end of the hammer, pressing it down against your throat, and says, I'm not doing anything I haven't done before. I will always be your nurse, and you'll always be my patient. You cannot leave the sanitarium, because I shall not let you. You cannot stop being my patient if you always have a broken bone, or two which need medical attention. If you remain sick, then I will continue to have a purpose. I can guarantee that purpose. Then you need to never leave me. We can always be together. You look up at your nurse with frightened, animal eyes, your pulse humming beneath your soft, supple flesh. You're chilled from tip to toe with fear. It's a cold emotion. Colder than even the hammer pressed against your chin, which chills your stomach, your intestines, even your bladder. But despite your fear, you are able to tell her you do not think this is the best way to win your affection. Why she not be with you outside the sanatorium? It's unlikely she would have any interest in her now, romantic or otherwise, after she has tied you to your bed and threatened to bash your bone to fine powder, but I cannot be with you outside the sanatorium. I tried that once before, but it didn't work. It isn't possible. Not possible? What does she mean? I mean what I meant. The last time we had this conversation, and the time before, your nurse says, her voice feverish, my feelings have never once wavered, not since the day I met you. I love you, Elizabeth. I've loved you ever since I laid my eyes on you. But I always knew my love could never be. So your name is Elizabeth, is it? Ezra was just a figment then. Or maybe it was the name you preferred. The name your nurse was given you does not sound quite right. It didn't suit you. But you can recall people addressing you with this name. Your parents and your scores of cousins and insipid little Justine. It is something to cling to, even though you wish to reject it. Something you can use to connect your present to your past. But you still know little of your nurse who looms over you, silver hammer in hand. You might remember who you are, but who is she? You were a lady, like I told you so many times. I meanwhile, nothing more than a commoner, a peasant girl from the village, who happened to see you riding your horse through the fields. I knew at the moment I first locked my eyes upon you that I wanted to be with you. You were the one light which illuminated my dreary world. The one person who made my dull grey days worth living. But though I went out of my way to match my schedule to yours, though you always were, though you always there, though I was always there waiting to watch you riding your horse, you never granted me so much as a crumb of your same courtesy. You never once looked at me, never cared about me. I knew then that you were out of my reach. I knew that you would never love me, not the way I loved you. How could you love me when you didn't even know that I existed? You were a lady and I was a commoner. So far beyond your attention that nothing I could have done or said would have elicited any response from you. I was ready to give up. My love for you was so intense that I couldn't. To betray my love for you would be betray myself, my very essence. I wouldn't sooner die than forget you, to cast aside my feelings which had warmed me through many cold, lonely nights. No. Your nurse continues, her voice soft but erratic, her fingers twitching around the handle of the hammer. I did something drastic. I had to catch your attention. I crept into your garden late at night, when you and your parents and all your servants were in bed, and then I set your fine, fancy home afire. Fire? You stare at your nurse, eyes wide, expression stricken. This tale is too convoluted. It sounds like something from the Penny Dreadful. It was hard to square this sensationalism from your own life, which was always so mundane, monotonous even. You went riding in your horse, went swimming in the lake, and you made your mother swoon when you tracked dirty footprints indoors. What's wrong with you, Elizabeth? Your mother would scold you. You are Elizabeth, and your long-suffering parents. Miss Elizabeth. You Eliza, Miss Elizabeth to your servants, and Ezra only ever inside your head. Why do you always do this? I've told you enough time. Why are you so selfish, Eliza? Why do you never think of anybody else? Yes, you are sure your mother called you that. She said you were selfish, and maybe you really were. You ignored your nurse, though she was always a nurse. She was always a nurse, when she was an ordinary girl from the countryside, sweet perhaps, and amusing, as she yearned for you from afar. And like Eve, she found herself drawn to the forbidden fruit, until, enticed by the whispers of the snake in the tall grass, she chose to commit an awful crime. Set your house ablaze. It sounds melodramatic, quite frankishly, ridiculous even, and yet. You think you can remember that now. Your memory has been hopelessly jumbled as of late, like the content of an old attic. Would you recall the crackling of wood, the smell of smoke, tongues of flames flickering a bed, balls torching your bedposts, turning the once pastel wallpaper to a dark, peeling black. The old things were all melted. All your clothes and all diaries used to write in thin soldiers you played with a child. Your windows warped from the heat and then shattered, spewing glass across the carpet. You remember it all now in a painful detail. The searing pain, smoke in your eyes which made you want more water. The flames might not have been alarming. It was the most smoke which really pained you. It was the smoke that really made you panic. You knew it was the smoke which would kill you in the end. You were sure that you would be killed, too, as you stumbled clumsily from the burning bedchamber, which was singed chars like a scene from hell. Part of you had already forfeited your own life to the flames, but you had always been stubborn. That is the familiar refrain uttered by all who know you, and you did not. You did your best to endure. You kept limping through the ruins of your once beautiful home, putting one foot in front of the other, and then a lot of people died in the fire. Your parents and all your servants, your old grandmother too, and your servants who tended her. They all passed away, but you didn't. You tried to get away from the blaze, and you came very close to succeeding too. You were able to get all the way down the stairs at the entrance hall when you were incapacitated. Incapacitated? You remember rather a lot from that fateful night now. Smell of smoke from chief among them, of course, but you cannot remember how you actually left the house, or even if you left the house at all. You thought the sanatorium strange with its singed and warped walls, the perpetual smell of smoke hanging in the air. But what if a wooden beam fell from the ceiling? Your nurse continues. It was dislodged from the flame. It must have damaged the structural integrity of your house, and then on top of you. So I saw that wooden beam slice through the air, and saw how it hit you. It caught your right leg, and it crunched it. You were knocked to the ground, immobile, all the breath driven from you. I think you passed out from the pain. I knew you were no way you could shift the wood beam yourself, so I came to your aid. I was able to move the wooden beam from your unconscious body, though it took no short of effort. I burned my hands in the process, and I inhaled far too much smoke. I fear I might have caused my throat permanent injury. That seemed a small price to pay for your safety. I was able to rescue you. I dragged you out of that house before it could collapse upon both of us. And yes, I saved your life. If it were not for me, you would have been burned to a crisp, just like your parents, just like your servants. They are all gone now. Your nurse looks at you, arcly, her eyes very red, her 2 rubies set inside her skull. She observes you cruelly. She says, "And you have nobody in the world you can rely on except me. There's nobody in the world who knows who you are, or where you are, but me. I'm the only person that you can gaze upon. I'm the only one who cares about you. I'm the only person who can decide who you are, what you must be. I saved your life, which means you are my property. Your mother died, so I suppose I am the next best thing. Like her, I have been sustaining your life. You would be dead without me, which means you're mine. And now we have this house, or what remains of it, all to ourselves. Everybody believes that you died in the blaze, so nobody will come looking for you. Nobody is going to trouble themselves over a corpse. So I can spend as much time with you as I desire. I can help you you can, and I can heal you. And when you finally begin to recover, I can shatter your hopes all over again. You cannot leave, your nurse says, your eyes crinkling in the corners. I've made sure of that. There's nowhere after all for you to run to. There's nowhere for you to go. You're at home already, Elizabeth. In a lovely home I made for the two of us. There's no need to ever leave. Nobody will ever love you as much as I do. Ah, so that's it. You'd already had some suspicion. Your nurse's words clink and cinch it. The home yet you're dreaming of, the aristocratic home with red brick walls fringed with acres of verdant green gardens, doesn't exist. Not anymore. It has been burned to the ground, reduced to ashes and rubble. Your nurse, who was not really a nurse, raises your past into the ground. Then she tried to build your present upon its carcass. The sanatorium is no sanatorium. It is the remains of your old home, burned and withered and wasted. You have no home to return to. You have no family. You only have the nurse, and it sounds as if you have been relying on her for a very long time. Is that true? Yes, I suppose it is. We have been here for, I don't know. Perhaps a year now? It's hard for me to say. Time does not seem to pass as it should. Not that I have any need to observe the minutes as they go by. I already have what I want. There is nothing more desires, so I have no need to think upon tomorrow. I need only today, an endless string of things. And secure that endless days. And she gives you endless days. Does she insist upon saving you over and over again? That's right. I knew you understand. It is ingenious, isn't it? Says your nurse, and though you cannot see her mouth, you're sure she's smiling. You awake, and I tend to you, and you recover, and then I break your poor legs anew and stuff you full of Valerian, and you forget everything. You wake again, with no memories of who you are and where you came from, and then the process begins new. Indeed, it continues like this, and on, perpetually stretching itself on in Ouroboros. You know what that is, don't you? Snake, you ask, Nurse Charlie. Wheatstone tail? That's correct. What I mean, good girl. That's what I mean, good girl. Nurse says, her voice soft and low. The snake will continue to eat its tail, for it has no choice. These things will keep on going over and over for all eternity. Like an infinite snake, my love for you is boundless. It will never, ever cease. I have yet to tire of forcing my love upon you, my dear Elizabeth. So, your nurse says, her eyes hardening, I will never let you leave. I can't. That is how much I love you. Your nurse readjusts her grip upon the handle of her hammer. She speaks, her bony fingers about it tightening. She steps forward. The floorboard creaks beneath her in pained protest. It sounds as though they are crying out in anguish. Perhaps they have seen too much. But your nurse does not slow down. Her fingers grip the handle of her hammer all the more tightly. She raises it. I apologize, listener. I don't want to hurt you, It's just, I love you so much. I can't help myself, though. I wouldn't expect you to understand. As a lady, I doubt you've ever wanted anything you couldn't have this much before. You've never been driven to madness. But who knows? Maybe if we repeat the cycle enough, that will change. Maybe I'll finally be able to impress my feelings upon you, and you'll finally understand. I just hope they don't work you too much, my beloved Elizabeth. Then she brings the hammer down. The head of the hammer, hard and immovable, still a silver which glistens in the moonlight, strikes your right leg, which is only just begun to heal. It strikes. Without a moment's pause, without a moment's mercy. Pain flares up inside your leg, a pain so sharp and intense. Broken glass. You scream from it. You scream until your vocal cords threaten to tear, until they threaten to warp, distort, just like those of the nurse. It hurts. You knew it would hurt. It hurts more than you had ever imagined. You imagined, and your imagination has always been exceptionally good for a young woman. Though, that is one thing your nurse is mistaken about. She claimed that you are a lady. You never wanted to be anything, and that had never known what it was like to yearn for something so intensely to split you apart. But she's wrong. You never wanted to be born as a woman. You were sick of it, actually. Femininity forced onto you, stuffed into your mouth with such a cloying sweetness. You feared you would choke on it. You railed against all the fancy dresses, the fancy hairstyles, the future of being wedded to a man you had never cared for. You would far rather go riding, or hunting, or swimming, or climbing. You had always wanted to shape your own future, to be the master of your own destiny. You did not want to be a lady. You most definitely did not want to be a victim. You do not want to be an eternal patient, confined to the bed with broken limbs, which refuse to move. If the nurse knew anything about you, as she claims to, she would know that you do not want this. You have never wanted this. She would know not to call you Elizabeth. Eliza, both names are ill-fitting, like a pair of trousers too short in the ankles. This is not who you are. That is not how you regard yourself. But you're incapable of telling your nurse this, your savior and your tormentor both. You cannot speak for the pain. It hurts too much. You feel your delicate bones broken so many times, breaking once more beneath the blow of the nurse's hammer. Her love is so intense, you feel it reshaping your body, reforming it. First she loved you as a lady. Now she loves you as her patient. She loves you only when she can force you into the mound that she desires. Her love is not as intense, as all-encompassing as she might claim. It is highly conditional. Aren't all things in life? Your nurse would not be the only one ignorant of her own true motives. She does not understand your heart, and now nobody ever will. You are doomed to be your nurse's plaything from now until the end of eternity, until your body eventually gives up from the strain of it all and you pass away. Perhaps you're beginning to hit your limits already. You succumb bit by bit to your own inevitable end and the inability of not, perhaps, of the grave. Not just yet, at least. But to another cycle. To abuse you haven't the strength to endure. But no. This is not the past that you wish to recall. This is not the past you wish to reclaim. Did you not see any other paths available to you? Drifted? Any other lives which might conclude in more satisfactory matter? Why don't you reach out and see quickly now? You still can. Why don't you see who else might have been? What else you might become? Okay. There's one more story left, but I am running extremely over time by over an hour, so I'm gonna run over here to the talking screen now. We're gonna stop the talking screen because we are done for the day. But I might do some more of it sometime next week. I am enjoying it. Let me just double check I saved again. And let me close the game. But that is it for me today. I am really enjoying it. I am excited to play through that final story. Maybe sometime next week. I do have a plan. I do have plans next week Sunday. But I think it's short, so I might be able to squeeze in the last part of last part. But okay, I can't go to my usual target. They're ending. Okay, that is fine. But that is it for me today. We're gonna go say hi to a different person today because my usual raid target is in fact ending stream now. They are in fact ending, so I cannot raid them. So we're gonna raid someone else. We're going to raid someone I met at Off-K Expo last month. It feels weird saying that last month. I don't like it. I don't like thinking that was last month. Sad. Weird. But that was last month. I am going to go. We're going to have to say Mochi. Mochi Sai. She's pretty cool. It's a dragon VTuber. She has good vibes. I enjoy watching her streams every now and again. And she's really cool to meet in Off-Kai. I don't know. And she's been playing Guilty as Socks with some friends. And yeah. Next stream will be tomorrow. 3 p.m. EST. With some more Taro Missy Izakaya. I'm gonna go run for a shower, have some dinner. Might have plans later tonight for with a friend, not sure. We haven't confirmed if there's plans later today, but if there is, we're doing that as well after dinner. We'll eat dinner. But next stream again is tomorrow. 3 p.m. EST. Hope to see you there. Until then, have a lovely day, night, whatever. Until next time.